today is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
Subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled, dedicated police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. A specialist police unit coordinates a swoop on 3 suspected fraudsters.
Open the door, I'll get forced open.
An angry road user tries to defraud his victim in Bristol.
He was stationary when a bus has hit him in the rear.
And a pillar of the community comes crashing down.
His reputation's gone, he's lost his career, and it really wasn't a risk worth taking.
This guy is having a bad day at the office. 5 minutes ago, he was driving this bus through the busy streets of Liverpool. But now he's calling his employers to tell them he's just been involved in a crash. His bus hit a parked white transit van. The strike to the van was forceful enough to injure its occupants. Unloading in the back of the van was Melvin Williams. In the driver's seat was owner Nathan Montgomery.
Mr Montgomery alleged that an Aviva bus had hit his parked van when he was sat in the driver's seat and a passenger also in the van with him, and said he'd been jolted sideways and backwards, and he'd also hit his head on the windscreen. He described quite a violent collision.
After exchanging details, the white van and its rattled occupants drive away. Soon after the incident, the bus company received 2 personal injury claims from Montgomery and Williams.
We then got 2 claims from the driver and the passenger, both saying that they were injured. We got medical evidence for Mr Montgomery. He had a whiplash type injury and a contusion to the head. We never got medical evidence for the passenger. He just said he'd suffered a whiplash injury.
Often, whiplash injuries don't come cheap.
The reserve for both claims was £24,000, which included costs.
It was a big blow for the bus company, especially as they don't use an external insurer for incidents like this. They self-insure, paying out of their own pockets. As part of the claims process, the bus driver who caused the collision was asked to provide his version of events. On receiving them, the bus company halted the case.
When we got the claim form from the driver, he said it was a very minor collision. He'd just misjudged it and caught the wing mirror of the parked van.
It certainly didn't sound like the kind of collision that would lead to a bash to the head and a double whiplash claim. Crucially, there was one last comment from the driver.
The driver also said he didn't think there was anybody in the vehicle. He wasn't certain, but he didn't think there was.
It was a statement that suggested the whole claim was a lie. So which account was true? A white van containing a pair of blokes being violently jolted, or an empty van getting a clipped wing mirror? How could the bus company tell? This is how. Every Aviva bus has more eyes than a spider. The bus that struck the white van was no exception. Somewhere on one of its 9 CCTV camera angles was the truth.
We interrogated the CCTV because obviously the driver had said he didn't think there was anybody in the van.
The bus company queued up the tape and took a look. This is the footage from 8 seconds before the crash. The bus is approaching the white van. This is the moment of impact.
On the CCTV, you couldn't tell whether there was anybody in the van. It looked as though there wasn't, but it wouldn't have proved it conclusively.
The cameras didn't seem to have captured any images that could settle the case. Before giving up and paying Montgomery and Williams, the bus company took another look at the footage. This time, they spotted something in the doorway of a nearby house.
We went through the whole of the CCTV and eventually spotted 2 gentlemen coming out of a house straight after the collision.
Seen here, top left.
I believed it was both Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Williams because we saw these two gentlemen then talking to the driver.
3 seconds after the incident, the bus's side camera had caught 2 people emerging from a house, seen here top left. 2 seconds later, the rear camera captures Montgomery and Williams walking up to the driver from the direction of the house. Suspecting that the 2 people leaving the house were Montgomery and Williams, the bus company challenged the claim.
Once I'd looked at the CCTV footage, I wrote to the claimant's solicitors and said that both claimants were trying to defraud Aviva and told them to discontinue. They then asked for the CCTV, which I sent to them.
On receiving the footage, the solicitors representing Montgomery and Williams agreed with the bus company.
It was just an opportunist claim. They saw the bus hit the van and obviously saw pound signs and decided to put in a fraudulent claim.
The bus company weren't going to let them off the hook. They went after Montgomery and Williams.
We decided we wanted a prosecution. We got in touch with Liverpool police. We sent them the CCTV. They went out and arrested both claimants and they were both charged and both pleaded guilty.
Montgomery and Williams each received 150 hours of community service and 12 months probation.
Hopefully it will deter these 2 claimants from trying anything again. They've now got a criminal record which may affect them in all sorts of ways through their life.
IFED roots out a suspect from under a bed.
Is there anything here that shouldn't be here?
A dishonest driver executes a reckless manoeuvre.
Look at the footage again and again just to see whether you're missing something.
And some faulty plumbing flushes out a fraudster in Bolton.
Police officers are not above the law.
Insurance fraud is on the rise. And if you have insurance of any kind, you're footing the bill. But fraudsters need to watch their back.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
Through a combination of investigation, industry connections and surprise, they've made over 300 arrests and stopped millions of pounds from going to the criminals. Money which ultimately goes back in our pockets.
It's highly likely now, if you commit any insurance fraud, you will get caught.
Today, IFED is out in force. 2 teams aim to make a total of 3 arrests at 3 different locations. They're aiming to arrest 3 people for taking out bogus insurance policies and for staging crashes in order to make money from the claims. A practice otherwise known as crash for cash.
We're going to go to the address, we're going to execute a search warrant, we're going to seize as much evidence as we can.
The team being led by DC Kate Sibley has arrived at its first raid location. From their research, the team expects to find the house crowded.
Oh, police! Open the door.
Morning, police officers.
We'll come in and have a chat.
Okay. How many are upstairs? 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
With so many people in the house, DC Sibley is facing an impromptu identity parade. She quickly flushes out her suspect.
Excuse me a second, can I ask your name, please? The reason we're here, we're investigating a matter involving a staged car crash, okay? Where false insurance claims have been made. And you have made one of those false insurance claims because you were a passenger in one of the alleged vehicles.
You're under arrest for conspiracy to defraud. You have to say anything to hold intention.
No. He does not claim anything.
Who is in charge here?
I am.
You're okay. What's your position?
I'm a detective.
Do you have the arrest warrant?
We don't need an arrest warrant.
A few streets away, the IFED team, being led by PS John Schickel, is hoping to find the second suspect at their raid address.
It's the police! Open the door or they'll get forced open.
Hello.
Morning.
Who's here, mate? Who's in the house, mate? Police. Can you open up, police?
Police, mate.
Morning. City Police.
I'm going to make your way downstairs. Go into the lounge, please.
The property has several bedrooms. In one of them, P.S. Shakel finds a relative of the suspect.
Do you know?
Yeah, he's my brother.
He's your brother. Where's your brother now?
I don't know.
Well, we need to talk to him. Because your brother keeps on putting this address down as his home address, the police are always going to come back here. And we're going to keep coming back. So you must have his phone number. Could you give him a call, please?
P.S. Shakel asked the other occupants of the house about the missing suspect.
Does anybody else know? I presume you must do.
We are his siblings, but we don't know who he is though. We don't have a phone number or nothing like that.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yeah.
Why haven't you got his number?
Why should we have his number after he puts us through all this?
Till we talk to him, I'm afraid this is just going to keep happening. So we need to get hold of him. So if you do have his number or know where he is, now's the time to tell us.
The man they came for is proving to be elusive.
So we're now going to search the house looking for that.
No.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Going to do it.
IFED begins a search of the property. They're looking for information about the suspect and any potential evidence of fraudulent activity. Within various rooms of the property, IFED finds thousands of pounds, mostly in £50 notes.
John, there's about 10 grand in one of these rooms, you know.
I'm going to count this, but I want you to be here when I count it. Because I don't want someone saying there was 2,000 quid there and there wasn't.
Volumes of cash like this are suspicious, but not conclusive evidence of fraud. P.S. Shakel hones in on a stash of driving licences found in another room.
Part of what we've found in the wardrobe is several licences pertaining to different people. There's copies of the licences in different names and addresses.
Multiple driving licences are seen as one of the tools of the trade for a fraudster, allowing them to obtain many insurance policies.
We suspect it's fraud-related.
From information discovered in the property,
Hello?
P.S. Shakel has a phone number for the suspect.
Is this, I'm a city police officer. We're currently executing a search warrant. Your family aren't very happy with you. You listen to me. You have put your family in this position. We've gone to court and got a search warrant. We are going to execute the search warrant and we're going to take anything that we believe belongs to you. Can you either get round here now or I'll meet you up at the police station? But we need to talk to you. You're causing your family too much stress. He's actually living somewhere else and he's making his way to talk to us. So we'll have to wait and see.
This is Inspector Mohammed Razak, a police officer who was known for spearheading a zero-tolerance crime clampdown in his neighbourhood in Bolton. Even the strong arm of the law can't hold back floodwaters. In 2008, Razak contacted his insurer, Allianz, after his house had sprung a leak.
In May 2008, we received an escape of water claim from Mr. Mohammed Razak related to a burst central heating pipe up in a bedroom, causing damage downstairs. We sent assessors out and they valued the damage at around £1,200.
Razak disagreed with the insurer's estimate, feeling they had massively undervalued the damage caused by the flood.
Mr. Razak disputed this and provided his own estimates, two of them, in the region of £8,000. We referred this back to the assessors and they amended their report and said there were aspects to the damage which they hadn't accounted for and they gave us authority to proceed towards settlement. So Mr. Razak was paid the full sum of nearly £8,000.
With his estimate of £8,000 paid in full, Razak would be able to sort out his water-damaged home and get back to keeping the riffraff off the streets of Bolton. It seemed that Mohammed Razak was an unlucky man. A while after the first incident, he suffered another flood. But Allianz, who had footed the recent £8,000 bill, were unknowingly off the hook. By this time, Razak was using a different insurer. He submitted his latest claim to them. An unlucky series of events, but that's what insurance is there for. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, Allianz found themselves digging out the details of Razak's old £8,000 claim.
August 2011, we were contacted by Greater Manchester Police, who advised us that Mr. Razak was subject to an internal investigation relating to a number of potential offences. And they asked us for details of the claim.
How could there be a problem? Allianz's own assessors had twice examined Razak's claim, and they'd been convinced of its validity. Why were the police interested in the event? They had made a very suspicious discovery about Razak's second flood claim.
It turns out that Mr. Razak had actually used the same estimates and tried to make another claim for the same damage with another insurance company.
Even if his original claim for £8,000 had been genuine, it was deemed extremely unlikely that the second flood would be created under identical circumstances and lead to identical damage estimates. Mohammed Razak was under the spotlight.
We supported the police investigation by providing them with all relevant documentation relating to the claim. As a senior police officer, Mr. Razak's honesty and integrity should be beyond reproach. Sadly, in this instance, it wasn't.
His second carbon copy claim was found to be bogus.
It may well be that Mr. Razak did suffer a genuine incident in regards to the original water leak, but once he realised that he could obtain more money than he was entitled to, probably thought it was a good idea.
It was just the tip of the iceberg. Razak was also scamming money from mortgage companies and submitted other bogus claims to various insurers. Greater Manchester Police were investigating Mr. Razak for £46,000 worth of fraud.
It's not very common for us to see police officers committing insurance fraud, but it does happen. But what we have to understand is that police officers are not above the law and will be subject to the same treatment as the next person if they commit insurance fraud.
When the case went to court, Mohammed Razak was found guilty and sentenced to 18 months imprisonment.
This case highlights the fact that insurance fraud could be committed by anyone. But likewise, it also demonstrates that insurance companies do work with the police, and you may get away with it once, but you try again, there's a very high chance you're going to get caught. Clearly, Mr. Razak thought at the time that he would get away with this. He wouldn't have done this otherwise. As a result, his reputation's gone, he's lost his career, his standing in the community, which he worked so hard for, is gone, and it really wasn't a risk worth taking.
Today, IFED is executing a triple raid, looking for 3 suspects under investigation for allegedly selling illegal motor insurance. One of the suspects has been arrested. Another has been located but is still outstanding. The third suspect is at an address yet to be visited. At the first raid location, DC Sibley has her suspect in cuffs, and a search of the premises is underway.
Do we know what room is his upstairs?
Yeah, he's showing me upstairs. It's one straight in front of me.
Okay.
In her search for evidence, she focuses on one of the bedrooms.
I found a pad of paper with various names in here. I'm just trying to work out what they are. A lot of information in relation to different vehicles and post-it notes. And I don't know whether it's to do with staged accidents or ghost broking. Alex, what do you reckon on this lot? Got all this.
Yeah. Something, Money Supermarket, okay, so
Yeah.
Confused.com, AXA, Go Compare.
Exactly. You've got everything in
So
here.
it's insurance related.
Yeah, it is. I'm having it. So I think I'll be seizing this.
With potential evidence of fraud in the bag, IFED takes its first suspect away for questioning.
We've managed to effect one arrest, who's currently at the police station. Made a thorough search of the premises, found a lot of documentation in relation to ghost broking and what we believe are staged accidents. We seized a laptop, can be used for a number of mobile phones, all of which will have to be examined. Hopefully we'll find a bit more evidence on those. We've left the premises and we're now moving on to the next address.
IFED expects to find its third suspect in this property.
Open the door, Flower. What happened? Come
We're
down
police
and open the door.
officers, can you
I'll give
open the door?
3 seconds and I'll put the door in.
Morning.
Hello, is this your house? Who lives here with you? My husband. Car, not a lamb? No.
Anybody else in the house with you at the moment?
No.
No, just you on your own, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking for...
Why?
Because I need to speak to him. Do you know him?
Why?
Do you know him? Not why, do you know him?
What happened? Tell me.
No, I need to speak to him. Does he live here? No. Where does he live?
I don't know.
You don't know. I need to speak to him. Do you know him?
The suspect is found hiding under a bed. IFED's DC Cooley escorts the handcuffed suspect to the lounge.
Right, I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand? Okay. Where are all your documents and things? Upstairs. Papers? How long have you lived here?
It's nearly 2.
Nearly 2 years. Is there anything here that shouldn't be here that we're going to find?
Drugs, cash, weapons.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing for you to be worried about. Just don't lie to us.
With the suspect arrested, IFED can begin the search for evidence of suspected fraudulent motor insurance claims.
We are going to be taking your laptop. Just to let you know. I found a Visa debit card in our suspect's wallet, not in his name. I believe linked to the other address, but that's something we'll have to check out. It just makes the case a lot stronger. The fact there is a link there. We're not just coming to 2 totally separate addresses.
At PS Shakel's raid address, the search is coming to an end.
Yeah, it's been very successful. We've had over 40 exhibits that we've seized. That includes money, we think over £10,000. We've received or seized numerous driving licences, vehicle documentation, insurance policies, claims, different crib sheets.
And the outstanding suspect PS Shakel phoned earlier has handed himself in.
We're just going to go now to a local police station where the suspect has arrived, where I'm about to arrest him and interview him and see what he has to say. So we're extremely pleased.
A few streets away, DC Sibley sends her suspect away for further questioning.
Hi, John, all right? We've got number 3 as well. He tried to hide beside the bed, but the uniform jumped on him, so we've got him. So you got a full house? It's a good result. We weren't expecting to get 3 out of 3, if we're honest with you, possibly 2, but we've got all 3, so it's a good result for us today.
What do you do when a 12-ton bus slams into the back of you at 30 miles an hour? The owner of this recently rear-ended car decided to have a stern word with the bus driver.
This is an incident that occurred in Bristol on the 7th of January 2012, around about 1:15 in the afternoon. The third party in his statement advises that he was stationary when a bus has hit him in the rear.
After exchanging details, the bus and car driver continue their journeys.
The third party submitted a claim arising from this incident for injuries to his neck and back, his leg and his foot. He submitted a claim for the damage to his vehicle in the region of £2,600 and also a claim for alternative hire of a vehicle while his own was being repaired. The total of the claims submitted was around about £3,700.
The bus company started to process the car owner's claim. Pretty straightforward. Bus hits much smaller car, wallop, hand over the cash. But first, just a couple of things.
As we would do with all claims of this nature, we decided to thoroughly investigate this just to make sure that we're paying the correct amounts and the circumstances are as the third party is stating.
With the risk of a heavy financial blow, the bus company took measures to fully investigate all aspects of the claim. This included looking closely at the accident and medical reports submitted by the claimant.
When he's reported the circumstances to his medical expert, he's actually advised that he was still in motion when he was hit in the rear by the bus. the statements given by the third party to his medical expert and the statement given to us initially differ significantly in the version of events.
This left the bus company suspicious. Before they could settle the claim, they would have to straighten out the car owner's story. They called upon the 360-degree coverage of the bus's exterior cameras. The footage starts off innocently enough. The bus driver sets off from Bristol Temple Meads train station. The claimant first appears in view on a dual carriageway.
The CCTV footage shows the vehicle overtaking the bus, then stopping shortly ahead of the bus, straddling both lanes.
Possibly due to the manoeuvre executed by the claimant, the bus driver engages in a brief exchange with him.
The bus driver sounds his horn at this driver and goes round him and continues.
The bus company were originally looking to see what happened in the moments leading up to the crash. But they were now watching a potential road rage incident. Shortly, they were going to find out who was at fault for the collision.
The third party in his statement advises that he was stationary when a bus has hit him in the rear, but the third party has neglected to advise what's happened in the build-up towards the incident or what happened in the aftermath.
This is what happened. Seconds after their first exchange, the claimant overtakes and pulls in front of the 12-ton bus. What occurs next is incredible. The claimant executes a triplet of hard braking maneuvers. 1, 2, 3, causing the crash. The innocent bus driver had no chance of protecting himself, his vehicle and passengers against the reckless actions of the claimant.
It's a case where you look at the footage again and again just to see whether you're missing something. You begin to second guess whether you're viewing the footage properly, but looking at it, we can see no reason why he braked.
Guess what? The bus company refused to pay the claimant.
What did happen was we alerted the police of our concerns regarding this matter, and subsequently the third party was prosecuted, fined £265 and received 7 points on his licence. Whenever a motorist deliberately carries out an action, whether it be out of anger or to commit a potentially fraudulent claim, the key thing to remember is that it does put people at risk, and this is what has happened in this situation. One day it could be injury or damage to property, another day it could be you that's at risk.
Epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
Subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. High-speed tangle leads to an opportunistic fraud attempt
There was no question, and the CCTV footage proved it.
A specialist police force challenges their suspect.
From what you say, we're not going to see anything in this car, right?
And an insurer discovers where £1 million worth of fraudulent cash has gone.
We were quite shocked.
What's going on here? Smashed up cars, police, dozens of onlookers. It's chaos. That's because the police car and the small hatchback have just been involved in a severe collision on this busy North London High Street.
The accident occurred on the 21st of February 2011 in Green Lanes in Haringey, very busy road. The aftermath of the accident was quite chaotic. There were lots of people milling around. The fire engines are there, the ambulance is there treating some of the injured parties. And what we can see is that there are 3 vehicles that have been damaged in that impact.
The third vehicle involved in the crash is the large black saloon car. It was sat in the parking bay at the time of the collision. The small hatchback ploughed into it after tangling with the police car. Amongst the carnage, the car's driver in the white hooded top can be seen inspecting his mangled motor. He then wanders over to talk to a police officer.
The person that's parked the vehicle at the roadside clearly approaches the police in the footage, and one can assume that they're asking about when their vehicle can actually be moved away from the crash.
He's not just worried about the vehicle. He was in the stationary car at the time of the incident. He also had a passenger with him, seen wandering around the wreckage. The 2 men, Mehmet Ali Gul and Turan Korkmaz, suffered injuries as a result of the whack. Soon after the incident, Gul and Korkmaz both submitted personal injury claims against the insurance of the hatchback driver who was supposedly at fault.
We had claims for whiplash injury and also for treatment for physiotherapy that they'd had as a result of the accident. The 2 claims that we had for the alleged people in the vehicle amounted to £2,147 apiece.
In total, the insurer was facing a £4,294 bill. The paperwork began. But this was no ordinary claim. It involved a police vehicle, and because of that, the claims process hit a problem.
We needed to make some further inquiries. Specific allegations had been made regarding the fact that the car hadn't been using its blues and twos.
Blues and twos is industry speak for lights and siren. If the police car hadn't been using its blues and twos, arguments on liability for the crash could have taken place. The insurer had to check the allegation. They contacted Haringey Council, as they had a CCTV camera positioned near the crash site, which captured the whole event. If the police car had been travelling at speed without its blues and twos on, the footage would tell them. When the insurer watched the footage, this is what it saw.
Very busy road, lots of buses around, lots of people milling around. In the distance, you can actually see a police vehicle approaching. It was quite evident that the lights were on.
The allegation that the police car didn't have its blues and twos on was wrong. The CCTV captures the whole event perfectly. The driver of the hatchback seemed to be at fault. Currently hidden behind a white van, the hatchback is about to cause mayhem.
Unfortunately, there's a collision between our policyholder and the police vehicle. The subsequent impact that happens with the parked vehicle is significant.
The insurer of the small hatchback would have to pay up for the whiplash injuries suffered by Gul and Korkmaz, who were about to get out of the stationary car. They're probably a bit shocked. They'll be out in a moment. Any second now. No, they won't. And that's because...
When you study the CCTV footage, it's evident that the 2 claimants are nowhere near the vehicle at the time that the incident happened.
Turan Korkmaz and Mehmet Ali Gul first arrive on scene 2 minutes after the crash. There's the driver jogging up the road towards his bashed-up motor, followed by his pretend passenger. Both whiplash claims have been opportunistic attempts to make money out of a life-threatening event.
You see them approaching from quite a considerable distance away. There is absolutely no way that those two men could have been in the car at the time of the crash. There was no question. The CCTV footage proved it.
Corkmans and Gull weren't going to get away with a free shot at the insurer.
When we repudiated the claims, we decided it was time to report it to the police so that they could consider a prosecution.
The footage was conclusive evidence. Both Turan Korkmaz and Mehmet Ali Gul received a 3-month suspended sentence and 120 hours community service.
I think it would be quite surprising to any fraudster as to the technology and the pooling of resources that is now happening within the insurance industry to actually make sure that these fraudulent claims come to an end. Fraudulent claims like this are obviously costing the honest policyholder around £50 on their premium every single year. The industry, insurers, the police are all working together to try and make sure that these people are prosecuted where necessary and brought to justice.
Fraudulent couple's jet-set lifestyle gives the game away.
The couple spend an awful lot of time going on holiday, going to the airport.
And the owner of a pink limo won't back down on price.
The vehicle was quite a tatty vehicle, actually.
CCTV has proven indispensable in the fight against insurance fraud. But there are times when more unlikely methods uncover the scammers. This is Miss Jackson, a single mother, who back in 2009 was doing her best to make ends meet by holding down a full-time job whilst also looking after 2 kids. Britain has 2 million single-parent families. Bringing up a child on your own can be tough, not least of all financially. Luckily, there's help at hand in the form of tax credits.
Tax credits, pension credits and benefits in general are designed for those who are really in need of financial help to top up the earnings of someone who is on a low income or with childcare costs.
Miss Jackson, despite her efforts, relied upon the help of the tax credit system.
Miss Jackson was claiming to be a single mother on a very low income of around £6,000 a year. She was claiming that she was working full-time, and in addition to that, she had high childcare costs.
Money was tight for the full-time working mum, but the tax credit system would help keep their heads above water. In order to make sure that tax credits are reaching the people who need them most, HMRC do regular random checks on tax credit recipients. In 2009, Miss Jackson's name came up for one such check.
Her tax credits claim was selected for a routine examination by a tax credits inspector.
During this routine examination, the inspectors made some surprising discoveries about the financially stretched single mum. It turned out she wasn't single. She was still living with the father of her children, Gajik Manucharian. The HMRC inspectors felt there was more to be discovered.
We put the couple under covert surveillance for around 3 months. This established that the couple spent an awful lot of time shopping and going on holiday and going to the airport.
Not the usual movements of a hard-up parent receiving tax credits. What was going on? HMRC were determined to get to the bottom of it.
There came a time where we decided that we had to resort to traditional techniques, and we obtained a warrant. We went through the front door early one morning in October 2009 and arrested the suspects.
So what did HMRC discover from the raid of Jackson and Manucharian's address?
The couple were living quite an extravagant lifestyle.
The couple lived in this. They drove a couple of these. And they did indeed enjoy the odd holiday.
We discovered that Miss Jackson had a lifestyle well beyond what her declared means were. She'd recently purchased a property for around £365,000 with £150,000 going down as a deposit on it. In addition to that, she'd recently taken out a loan on a £56,000 Mercedes motor car. They spent a lot of time on holiday at locations across the world.
The couple had been enjoying the kind of luxuries that are out of reach of most tax credit recipients. Over a 3-year period, they'd spent a lot of the taxpayers' money.
Between 2006 and 2009, Jackson was able to obtain £56,000 in tax credits. Additionally to that, via her Latvian mother, she set up a fraudulent claim to generate £27,000 in pension credits and winter fuel payments.
That makes a total of £83,000 in benefits fraudulently obtained from HMRC. But the figures didn't add up. The house alone was worth 4 times as much as that. Where were the fraudsters getting the rest of the money from? Bank statements seized during the raid held a clue.
The couple were receiving significant amounts of cash deposits into their account from locations all over the UK.
It was discovered that there were deposits linked to payments to a large insurer. Looking for specialist help, HMRC invited the insurer to aid in the investigation.
I think when HMRC found this information, they knew that they were onto some other type of fraud that this couple were involved in, but I don't think they really understood the full extent of the sort of criminal activity that Jackson and Manucharian had been undertaking in the insurance industry.
Jackson and Manucharian had been running an illegal insurance racket, a criminal practice known as ghost broking. Ghost broking is a term used for an illicit insurance broker who falsifies details to take out bogus insurance policies on behalf of drivers. If involved in an accident, their innocent customers could find that they don't have valid insurance. Jackson and Manucharian were ghost broking on a massive scale.
When we started to uncover the size of the fraud that had taken place, we were quite shocked.
In total, the couple had sold over 1,500 policies, leaving in their wake hundreds of customers without valid insurance.
We really realised what we were dealing with when we had to print out 30,000 pages of documentation to cover the extent of the fraud that Jackson and Manucharian had been committing just with the Direct Line Group, let alone any of the other insurers that they'd also been placing illegal policies with. And also the point where we had to set up special call lines to deal with the impact that they'd had on innocent victims.
After 3 years of fleecing innocent customers, the couple had made almost £1 million from their illegal insurance business. Add to that the £82,000 of fraudulently obtained benefits, and it's easy to see how they lived the high life.
That was feeding a lifestyle, a criminal lifestyle, which left Manucharian and Jackson living a life of comfort, a life of privilege, while their victims were driving around in vehicles which were uninsured.
Having committed both benefit and insurance fraud, Jackson and Manucharian were facing a double whammy in court.
Manucharian received 5 years and 2 months imprisonment. That was broken down into 3 years for insurance fraud and 2 years, 2 months for tax fraud. Jackson received 5 years imprisonment, and that was broken down into 2 years for insurance fraud, 2 years and 2 months for tax fraud, and 18 months for benefit fraud. We have got powers available to us under the Proceeds of Crime Act to recover any assets that criminals have obtained from involvement in criminal activity. In this particular case, we will look to recover what we can from these defendants.
As a result of the actions of people like Jackson and Manucharian, we're all paying more money at a time when really we can ill afford to pay more money for our insurance premiums. For the most part, I would advise people, if the deal is too good to be true, it probably is.
Insurance fraud is on the rise, and if you have insurance of any kind, you're footing the bill. But the fraudsters have an ominous enemy.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
Through a combination of investigation, industry connections and surprise, they've made over 300 arrests and stopped millions of pounds from going to the criminals. Money which ultimately goes back in our pockets.
It's highly likely now, if you commit any insurance fraud, you will get caught.
Today, IFED is raiding 2 addresses linked to another suspected ghost broker. The 2 addresses are just a few miles apart. DS Mullish is with the team going to the main raid location.
Plan today is we're going to arrest and search the premises of a suspect in relation to what we suspect to be involved in what we call ghost broking. Key evidence would be computers and any device capable of storing data, together with documentation relating to insurance policies.
IFED rendezvous with the local officers supporting today's raid. It's 7:49 a.m. The 6-strong team enters the suspect's address.
Oh, hi. Warrant here, City London Police.
Within seconds, the door is opened. IFED recognises its suspect.
Anyone else on the premises? Someone's in there, though? Right, is this a... Two lounge, we'll explain why we're here.
Got a warrant to search this premises and to arrest you. You don't have to say anything, but you may arm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Sure. Anything you do say may be taken in evidence. Okay. Do you understand that?
Yeah, sure, sir.
DS Mullish, concerned that the suspect might tip off the other raid location, decides to round up the suspect's phones.
Where's your mobile phone? Turn those off for me. Is there a password, a number for this phone? And for your BlackBerry, is there a password for that?
Yes. All 4 of the suspect's mobile phones are now switched off. For the time being, his lines of communication are cut.
Leave that there, and I will seize them.
At the second raid location, DC Cooley and the team are falling into position outside the property. The IFED team has assistance from 2 local officers.
Good morning.
Morning. Hello, I'm Declan Malone from City of London Police.
Certainly, yes, sir.
Show you my ID.
It's okay.
What, can I come in and explain
Yes, please.
something?
Please come in.
Yeah. What it is, Mr. is we've got a warrant that's been issued by the City of London Magistrates Court, which allows us to search the premises.
Yes, please.
It's with regard to what they call ghost brokers, which is insurance brokers that don't really exist.
Right.
And they advertise and people buy the insurance, but then the insurance is worthless.
Oh.
DC Cooley discovers that the occupant of the property is the suspect's dad, and that the suspect used to live here.
So does he still have a bedroom here? I think we'll be particularly interested in looking at that.
Yes, please.
Thanks very much.
Confident that the raid location is safe, IFED dismisses the local officers.
Good luck, gents.
Yes, sir.
DC Cooley and DC Malone head upstairs to begin a search for potential evidence in the suspect's old bedroom. They start with the big stuff, computers.
You were saying that this computer here had been used by at some point or another?
Used it before.
I think we're going to have to take that hard drive, so...
Sure, yeah, why not?
The computer is seized, and its contents will be analysed by IFED specialist IT investigators. The first piece of potential evidence is in the bag. DS Mullish warns his suspect against doing a runner.
So I'm going to be relying upon you to cooperate.
Yeah, 100%.
He is very fast.
What a stunner. 16 seats, fibre optic mood lighting, flat screen TVs, a glitter wall, and even a skylight to pop up from when you want to whoop at boring people not invited to your party. It's not the kind of vehicle you nip to the shops in, but you could run a business hiring it out to revellers. That's what one man was doing with his 16-seater Lincoln Navigator, pictured here.
The claimant had purchased the vehicle for job purposes and was using it for private hire and parties and all the usual nice social activities that take place within a limousine.
Cruising around in an eye-catching motor seems like a good way to make a living. So you can imagine the owner's disappointment when his pink cash cow was taken off the road after being involved in a collision.
This was a straightforward road traffic accident whereby our insured had basically come out of a minor road, exited onto a roundabout and straight into collision with the limousine.
Straightforward or not, the damage was severe.
The damage to the limousine was allegedly quite extensive to the offside of the vehicle and also to the near side front bonnet. The claimant solicitors had organised for an engineer to inspect the vehicle, and the engineer's report indicated a value of £21,000. The extent of the damage rendered the vehicle a write-off, a total loss.
The insurer set about processing the claim for the limo owner. The paperwork was well underway when, suddenly, the insurer halted the claim. An inconsistency had been spotted.
The owner alleged that he needed a replacement vehicle for work purposes because he was without his limousine, but very oddly, rather than replacing his limousine with a like-for-like vehicle, which you'd expect he would need for the prestige jobs that he indicated that he needed to do, he hired a Mercedes C-Class.
Now, this is maths I can handle. The damaged pink limo had 16 passenger seats. A Mercedes C-Class, no more than 4. If the owner of the party vehicle business was using the Merc for work, he was regularly leaving 12 party animals stranded on the curbside. With suspicions aroused, the insurer went looking for hard facts and figures.
We decided to undertake a further examination of the vehicle.
The findings were surprising.
The vehicle was quite a tatty vehicle, actually, for the interior purposes, and certainly not one you would expect to be out on prestige jobs for parties and obviously those ladies who like pink limousines. The assessor had come back, or the engineer had come back to say that, in his opinion, the vehicle was actually only worth £4,800 as opposed to the £21,000.
The insurer's valuation of the vehicle was a fraction of the amount being claimed. However, the limo owner wouldn't back down from his £21,000 valuation of the vehicle. But his resistance was about to be broken. The insurer discovered the limo owner had taken out his insurance policy just a month before the crash.
When the claimant had incepted his policy of insurance for the limousine just 1 month prior to this incident, he had indicated to insurers that his value of the limousine was £10,000.
So the limo owner himself had declared that the car was worth no more than £10,000, less than half the £21,000 he was trying to claim for it. The game was up.
It's incredibly important that we stop exaggerated claims. Opportunistic claims make up the bulk of fraudulent claims, and it's costing the innocent motorist money.
The pink limo owner ended up settling for a tiny fraction of the £21,000 he had been chasing, saving every honest motorist from unnecessarily paying out more for their vehicle insurance.
The Association of British Insurers have indicated that last year alone, £90 million worth of fraud was uncovered from motor accidents. It's a huge problem in this economic climate to have insurance premiums increase because of this type of exaggeration.
Today, IFED is executing a double raid. It's searching 2 addresses linked to a man suspected of selling false insurance policies. DS Mullish,
Turn those off for me.
having cut the suspect's lines of communication,
Is there a password for this phone?
is ready to begin a thorough search for potential evidence of fraudulent activity.
Is there any documentation that you can point us towards in relation to insurance policies?
Try to dig some stuff out here.
The suspect responds to DS Mullish's request by handing over a clear plastic box full to the brim with documents. Almost immediately, his attention is drawn to a bright red vehicle registration document.
This document I'm about to seize is of particular interest because it actually relates to the suspected fraudulent name of the company or business. The name on this document is the exact name of what we believe the suspect has been operating under. Potentially a key bit of evidence, yes.
A few miles away, DC Cooley is studying documents found in the suspect's old bedroom at his father's house. He has a lot to get through. DC Cooley thinks he's onto something. Within the mass of paperwork, he finds what could be damning evidence of fraud.
Now, this is interesting. It's a letter written by the suspect to an insurance company clarifying the position on someone else's insurance policy.
The suspect is not registered with the Financial Services Authority. This means that it's illegal for him to act as a broker.
He even cheekily claims that the police stopped him on the street and then verified that the insurance was correct.
DC Cooley and DC Malone have finished their search.
Sees it all in one.
Yeah. The documents and computers seized will be added to the exhibits found at the suspect's house.
Yeah.
Back at the suspect's property, the search is about to move outside.
2 cars downstairs that need doing 18s on. He's given us consent.
Right.
We can have a quick look.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Is there anything in the cars?
Just basic CDs.
The team decide to take a look for themselves. Before heading outside, DS Wallace has a warning for the suspect.
Yeah, we will do the 101. I'm not going to handcuff you, as my colleague said.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be relying upon you to cooperate.
Yeah, 100%.
He is very fast. I'm even faster.
Okay.
This is it, is it? Right, if you don't mind just standing.
Nothing is found in the black vehicle. Before searching the second car, DS Mullish double-checks with the suspect about its contents.
From what you say, we're not going to see anything in this car, right? All right, if you want to stay there.
Yeah, sure.
DS Mullish doesn't have to go any further than the glove compartment before finding potential evidence of fraud.
Steve, did you bring any bags? The document seized from the suspect's vehicle is a copy of an insurance document in another person's name other than the suspect.
The search is complete. IFED takes the suspect away for further questioning.
Put your seatbelt on for us. Yeah. Oh, we've had a great result today. We found the suspect at the address. We found great evidence. And we've also, where we simultaneously executed a warrant at another address, we've also found relevant documentation there. Very good evidence to support our investigation.
Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units.
Stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act. And claim and shame. Today, a concrete bomb goes up in smoke and things get heated for a pair of fire-starting fraudsters.
It showed Dean and Melinda looking for the bag that we had recovered and a most unusual response to that, almost hysterical.
The Specialist Police Unit IFED shuts down a gang of motor insurance fraudsters.
I don't think they expected to get caught so quickly, but ultimately most fraudsters will get caught.
And the conman's elaborate stag-do cover story starts to unravel.
Despite travelling to Edinburgh for a stag weekend, there was no luggage whatsoever in the minibus.
In July 2011, a huge fire broke out at the Toll House pub in Lymington in New Forest. The flames spread rapidly, cutting off people trapped on the upper floor. The emergency services were called to what had quickly become a life-or-death situation. Justin Norris is from Hampshire Police.
The fire was in the early hours of the morning and we attended the scene within 5 minutes of the call from Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service.
With the fire threatening to rage out of control, the first priority was to get everyone out safely. Duncan White is a crew manager with Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service who attended the scene.
It was a very severe fire. You could see why the people were trapped in the upstairs rooms. The fire in the stairwell was the reason why the people were trapped at the first floor, because it compromised their means of escape.
At great risk to their own safety, the fire officers entered the building and managed to get everyone out, undoubtedly saving their lives. According to the emergency call from Dean and Melinda Thomas, who owned the pub, the devastating blaze was the result of foul play.
They suspected a burglary or somebody who tried to break into their premises. We started to treat it as a scene of a crime.
The fire was so intense, it was a miracle that no one had been seriously hurt.
The whole pub was completely 100% smoke damaged.
With the blaze finally out, the police began their investigation by talking to the owners about the events of that night, in particular the suspected burglary.
Dean had been awoken, had come downstairs, having heard a noise of smashing glass, looked around the premises, didn't find anything to start with, went back upstairs. Within half an hour, the fire alarms had gone off. He then alerted the rest of the people in the house, and he discovered a fire downstairs.
Dean Thomas believed that the burglar was after the pub's takings.
He reported that some money had been stolen from downstairs and that they tried to cover their tracks by causing this fire.
However, there was a fundamental problem with his version of events.
It's highly unusual for a burglar to break into a premise and to set fire to it without any other motive or reason to do so.
Dean's story simply didn't ring true, and suspicions were immediately aroused. The police examined the scene of the fire for further evidence, starting with the smashed window, which, according to Dean, was the burglar's entry point.
You couldn't have possibly got into the premises without disturbing the glass fragments on this windowsill. They weren't disturbed at all.
Their next discovery threw even more doubt on Dean's story.
We found a petrol can that was recovered from in an outhouse that had been concealed behind some items, behind a case, which was unusual as well.
This tied in with evidence from the fire officers who'd fought the blaze.
In a normal domestic fire, it's a grey smoke, but this was a very black smoke.
The colour of the smoke and the discovery of the hidden petrol can seemed to indicate that the fire had been fuelled by an accelerant such as petrol. Dean's story was unravelling fast, and the police looked into the couple's finances as a possible motivation for arson.
It became really apparent quite quickly that Thomases were in significant debt.
Evidence was mounting on all sides that the fire had been deliberately started by the Thomases for an insurance payout, but conclusive proof was lacking until a chance discovery in the grounds of the property.
We recover a bag of clothing. We don't know whose clothing this is, but we discover it's outer clothing, sort of tracksuit bottoms and a top, and some domestic gloves. We didn't know why it was there, we didn't know whose it was, but we suspected it was something to do with the fire.
Sensing a chance to catch the culprits red-handed, the police set up surveillance of the area with a hidden camera.
We thought that whoever put the bag there might come back to the scene to try and recover it, to dispose of it, because we believed at the time this was the bag of clothing that had been used to start the fire.
Unlike fraudsters, the camera never lies, and the surveillance footage meant that Dean Thomas's story went up in smoke.
It showed Dean and Melinda looking for the bag that we had recovered, and a most unusual response to that. Almost hysterical. It looks like they're arguing about it, and Melinda has thrown her arms around a little bit as well.
Melinda was confronted by the police, and even then the lies continued.
She said in an interview to us that the reason why she reacted that way was because she believed police officers had disturbed the grave of her dog.
But she convinced no one, and it was obvious that her hysterical response was because she knew they'd been found out. The fire had been started deliberately, and they hadn't done a very good job of covering their tracks.
It was quite clear that the motive was financial. They had wanted to get out of the contract with the brewery, whose premise as it was, and already done that, already asked to do that prior to the fire taking place.
The case eventually reached court, but despite the weight of evidence against them, unbelievably, the couple maintained their innocence.
During the trial, they pleaded not guilty, and it was a jury that convicted them. Dean Thomas was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Melinda Thomas was sentenced to 3 years in prison.
Not only had they been driven by greed, But worse, they'd endangered the lives of the people in the pub and the firefighters who put out the fire. The heavy sentences reflected the seriousness of their crime.
Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for everyone else, the truth came out and we found out what happened in the end.
A fraud gang is scuppered after making an outrageous claim.
To put a claim in on a vehicle that they were driving and or involved with that did not have damage consistent to what's been portrayed is rather foolish.
And its insurance company in one corner, fake Olympic boxer in the other.
It's not untypical of insurance fraudsters to have aliases. I guess what's surprising in this case is that he sought to bring such attention to himself.
Combating the ever-increasing threat of insurance fraud is an elite police squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
From now on, fraudsters need to watch their back.
In only 18 months, we've arrested over 300 people. We will start to see a reduction in the insurance fraud in this country, which is ultimately what we're aiming for. It's highly likely now, if you commit any insurance fraud, you will get caught.
In 2012, IFED travelled to Torquay to carry out a raid on a gang of fraudsters believed to be behind various multi-vehicle accidents. The collisions were staged in order to cash in on motor insurance policies. It all started with a seemingly innocuous accident in 2009. Mike Brown from Direct Line was on the case.
The accident in 2009 involved 3 vehicles. One was driven by Mr Baker, a second vehicle driven by Mr Cash, and a third vehicle driven by Miss Shears. Mr Baker lost control of his vehicle and collided with the 2 vehicles driven by Miss Shears and Mr Cash.
At that stage, there was nothing to suggest fraud.
No suspicious circumstances surrounding that claim. It entered the claims process and the claims were eventually settled for all 3 vehicles.
DC Kate Sidley from IFED also worked on the case.
Claims were going in for personal injury, damage to cars, damage to property within the cars, loss of earnings, hire vehicles, whatever basically they could put a claim in for, they were putting a claim in.
In total, all 3 claims were settled for approximately £15,000.
And there the matter would have rested, had it not been for another accident 2 years later. Striking similarities to the claim from 2009 led to an investigation being launched.
Mr Baker appeared to be the offending driver on both occasions. There was 3 vehicles again involved. All parties knew each other, raised concerns.
All those involved in the accidents were linked and alarm bells started to ring. The cars from the second accident were then examined by an expert employed by the insurers.
The crash investigator basically said how they're saying the accident happened didn't match up with the damage to the vehicles. So in his opinion, it was unlikely that it actually took place.
To put a claim in on a vehicle that they were driving and or involved with that did not have damage consistent to what's being portrayed is rather foolish.
They made a big mistake, and this alerted the insurers to other aspects of the claim which raised suspicions, not least the huge amount of money involved.
In total, £80,000 was the amount of claims that would have been paid if we had not have intervened.
That intervention came in the form of an early morning IFED raid. The team started with a visit to Jonathan Baker, the man who'd driven into the back of the other vehicles in both the accidents. It was 6:30 in the morning when the IFED team arrived at the address. The father of the suspect came out to meet them and wanted to know what was going on.
I'm from the City of London Police. It's my ID, sir. We're looking for Mr. Jonathan Baker.
What's it for?
We want to speak to him in connection to an insurance fraud that we believe he's involved in. That's all the detail I can give you, sir.
Right.
Okay. I can speak to him more about it, but I can't yourself. I take it you are, you're his father?
I'm father, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
he is.
He's in bed and he doesn't need to be disturbed.
Well, we need to speak to him, sir.
He revealed that his son was in, and Baker eventually came to talk to IFED.
I understand you're off work at the moment.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, we need to speak to you today.
Okay.
We need to take you to the local to Torquay and interview you in relation to a matter that's been referred to us.
Right.
In relation to what we suspect is insurance fraud dating back to January of last year.
Right, okay.
Okay. That's it, basically.
Yeah, Jonathan Baker, you're under arrest, 7 o'clock, okay? You have standing man, if you're not mentioned one question, subject to in court, and if you can do some man giving evidence, okay?
He was taken down to the local police station for further questioning.
All right, mate, just take your seat in there behind the passenger seat, please.
While the IFED team was travelling to their next raid location, they got some good news from the station.
He's just been booked in and just been put in a cell. He just came out with it, indicated that he knew what it was all about, and said that he didn't see any point in lying about any involvement. So I don't know what he's going to say on the interview. We obviously didn't question him any further, but he asked if we were picking up any of the others that were involved, was his exact words. So what exactly that means, I don't know.
It was the breakthrough the case needed. Although the raid had started well, there were still 2 crucial arrests to make, and the team had to stay focused. When they arrived at the next address, they immediately knew they were at the right place, because parked outside was a vehicle that was central to the case.
Oh, his car's there. That Mazda is pretty much what it's all about.
There's a bright green Mazda RX-7, which had been modified at the garage. It won numerous awards for the modifications to it and was on the front of several magazines.
The car belonged to Carter Oram, the man involved in the second crash. IFED believed that this had been deliberately staged to fund expensive modification work on his Mazda. Despite the presence of his car, the suspect believed to be at the second location wasn't Carter Oram. It was a man thought to have allowed his details to be used for one of the fraudulent insurance claims. The team secured the exits and prepared to enter through the main door. After they'd identified themselves, the suspect cooperated by letting them in.
Firstly, okay, I need to speak to you today regarding an allegation that's been made where it's alleged that you're involved in a conspiracy to defraud insurance companies. Right? Hear me out, yeah? Okay, so in relation to that offence and that allegation, I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud, and we'll be looking to interview you later on this morning.
Although he wasn't one of the ringleaders, a search of the property revealed that he was involved in more than just suspected insurance fraud.
A number of things were seized there, including the cultivation of cannabis, which the local police dealt with.
How many plants you got? 9. I'm further arresting you on suspicion of cultivation of cannabis.
I'm proper scared now.
It's all right.
I don't like dealing with people on the street. I smoke weed like I've got my own bombs. I just sit in here and smoke weed.
The team then moved on to the final and most important location, a garage called Shell Shot, which was linked to all the suspects and all the cars.
When we delved deeper into the second claim in 2011, it became apparent that Shell Shot were clearly involved in some form of fraudulent activity.
The whole fraud centred around this main garage, Shell Shot, and all the vehicles either were from there or passed through there, but were borrowed and used in the contrived accidents and then done up and returned to their rightful owners or paid for by the insurance companies to be repaired.
Shell Shot was owned by Carter Oram, the owner of the Mazda, and Richard Cash. Both of these men were directly involved in the induced collision. And it was here that the IFED team hoped to apprehend their final suspect, Carter Oram.
Listen, Jared, hello, mate. I'm Mark Folsom from City London Police, okay, Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Right.
Okay. I need to speak to you about an allegation that's been made, okay, where the allegation is that you have conspired with others to defraud the insurance company, all right, namely the RBS, all right? So in relation to that, okay, I'm going to have to arrest you, okay? You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely in court. Okay. Anything you do say may be given evidence. And that's in relation, like I say, conspiracy to defraud, okay? We'll have to take you away now, okay? Is your boss here, or are you in charge, or whatever?
I'm in charge, yeah.
Their hunch that he'd be at work paid off, and he was taken away for further questioning.
Right, stick you in the cage, mate, and we'll take you back to Torquay. All right, jump in.
The team had made 3 arrests and recovered a wealth of evidence, but the complexity of the fraud meant that there were still people to track down.
The other suspects were arrested later on in Devon, and one suspect attended Bishopsgate Police Station voluntarily.
IFED's swift action ensured that the scam was shut down before the fraud could get any bigger. By April 2013, IFED had collected enough evidence to bring the main players to justice. Baker was sent down for 6 months, and Richard Cash for 14. Carter Oram received a 6-month jail term suspended for 12 months. Jennifer Shears, for her involvement in the first crash, was handed a 2-month prison sentence, suspended for 12 months.
Direct line groups has a zero tolerance to fraudulent insurance activity. I don't think they expected to get caught so quickly, but ultimately most fraudsters will get caught.
In 2012, Olympic fever was everywhere. For athletes who'd been chosen to represent their countries, this was the fulfilment of a long-held ambition. This was especially true for one young Afghani man living in West London. Against all the odds, Daz Siddiqui had made the Afghan boxing squad, and his inspirational story was starting to gain attention. In an article in The Sun, he was quoted as saying, "I know I won't be one of the favourites to win a medal, but being a competitor at the 2012 Olympics seemed just an impossible dream." He was right, but not in the way he intended. The whole thing was a total fabrication. Siddiqui was actually a serial fraudster and fantasist. Tom Gardner from Aviva worked on the case.
It's not untypical of insurance fraudsters to have aliases. I guess what's surprising in this case is that he sought to bring such attention to himself.
In truth, Daz Siddiqui was a conman who lived in a fantasy world. He'd invented multiple personas to cheat money out of insurance companies, but his lies were uncovered by Aviva's fraud detection team, who spotted a number of suspicious claims.
We were able to identify matches between addresses and bank accounts, which originally alerted us to the fraud. And as we investigated that further, we were able to unravel the full scale of his fraud.
He'd set up a web of fake identities.
Majid Siddiqui went by a number of aliases, including Daz Siddiq, Owen Hart, and Kevin Heartbreak.
But Siddiqui's fraud went much further than just inventing fake names. DC John Hurley from the City of London's Police Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department also worked on the case.
He tried to cover his tracks to some extent by changing his name regularly by deed poll. In a 2-year period, he had anything up to 6 to 8 names. In fact, I imagine that he has got one name that he keeps to himself, but he's been known by so many different names that perhaps only he will ever know what his real name is.
But he didn't stop at fake identities. His financial arrangements revealed a web of lies too.
In total, we were able to identify 23 bank accounts. The bank accounts were used in the first place to obtain insurance under bogus names and addresses, and then also later to receive payments from claims.
Siddiqui was committing fraud on a massive scale.
So in total, we're aware of 46 claims which were presented for bogus injuries, which on a full liability basis would have had a value of about £500,000.
Siddiqui's fraudulent claims primarily involved car accidents that had never happened, with multiple occupants who never existed. He would then claim for car repair costs and personal injury compensation.
Mr. Siddiqui was not terribly sophisticated. He created a company that handled all these claims, but foolishly or otherwise, claimed that company was supposed to be storing the vehicles, and he would also make personal injury claims and rent vehicles. And so to people who've worked in insurance fraud for a number of years, these things stick out.
Once they'd collected all the evidence they could, the insurers handed over their findings to IFED to take the investigation to the next stage.
There's some things they can't do and that police officers have to do, including tracing him through his bank accounts and through names and aliases that he'd given. Once we'd traced all these activities and put them together through mobile phone records and bank account details, it was just really a question of catching him in and making sure that he was caught red-handed, as the expression goes.
By now, there was enough evidence to move in and arrest him.
On the day of the raid, when we went in, he was watching the TV. And one of the things that was strangest to us is that amongst his various aliases and his various guises, he'd said that he was an Olympic boxer. He was actually watching the Olympics when we came in. It was the rowing. So we asked him about that. You know, aren't you supposed to be boxing for the country? And he said, oh yes, he'd injured himself. So he couldn't even be straight with us at that stage, even there standing in his pants.
The IFED team was able to collect a wealth of evidence.
Surrounding him were the tools of his trade, his mobile phones with post-it notes on them in all the different names, so that if that phone went off, he'd instantly know who he was supposed to be.
With so many personas, it was hard for Siddiqui to keep track of who had put in what claim. The case proceeded to court, and Siddiqui was brought to justice.
He was charged with 11 counts of false representation under the Fraud Act and also 1 count of holding a fake national ID card.
Perhaps realising that for once he should tell the truth, Siddiqui pleaded guilty.
He got 18 months, which, considering he'd spent 2 years actually doing the crimes, he had at least 18 months to regret it.
His elaborate fantasy existence had finally been brought to an end, and he had no one to blame but himself, whoever that was.
I do wonder at the end of it, who actually knows the real Daz Siddiqui?
Things you expect on a stag night. To get a bit drunk, and maybe round the evening off with a sing-song. One thing you don't expect is Whiplash, but that's just what happened on Stephen Paul's stag do. The party had barely left Newcastle before festivities came to an abrupt halt, thanks to their minibus hitting a car. Aviva's Tom Gardner was yet again on the case and investigated the claim.
Mr. Paul took out a new policy with us to insure his minibus and then contacted us several weeks later to report that he'd been in a collision with another vehicle.
Elaine Ibbotson worked for the insurer's solicitors.
It was suggested that there were a group of 14 men on the way to a stag party in Edinburgh. They were travelling in the minibus, and it was alleged that shortly after starting their journey, the minibus driver had left the main road north and had pulled off, I think, to visit a shop. Shortly after leaving the main road on the approach to a roundabout, it was alleged that the minibus collided with the rear of a car.
I believe 6 ambulances attended the scene. All of the people were treated at hospital.
The accident resulted in multiple injuries, primarily whiplash. It wasn't long before the insurers heard from the would-be partygoers on the minibus.
In total, 15 claims were presented for whiplash injuries, which on a full liability basis at the time would be potentially worth over £100,000.
Because it was such a huge sum of money, the team began to look more closely at the claim. And what they found called the whole stag party story into question.
In the first place, just the number and severity of the injuries proportionate to the accident. In the second place, that the accident happened so soon after a new policy was taken out.
There's always an element of suspicion when every single occupant of both vehicles involved in a collision claims to have sustained almost identical injuries. It wasn't a huge impact one way you'd expect every single person to have been injured.
The lawyers decided to talk to all the main players and immediately encountered inconsistencies. The main claimant kept changing small details in his story.
His account really didn't ring true at all.
And there were also concerns from the police officers who had attended the accident.
Quite clearly they felt something wasn't right with the situation as they arrived at the scene.
The investigation continued and a vehicle assessor was sent to look at the damaged minibus.
One of the things that our engineers observed when they inspected the minibus was that some of the damage appeared quite old.
Serious questions were now being asked, not least why the men had set off for a meet-up with no spare clothes.
It also emerged that despite travelling to Edinburgh for a stag weekend, there was no luggage whatsoever in the minibus.
Piece by piece, the evidence was stacking up. Their story was falling apart. It seemed that the group had conspired to create a bogus accident so they could submit a massive insurance claim. The investigation was then widened to include those travelling in the car.
It became apparent that there were connections between the occupants of the two vehicles that were identified through social networking websites.
The confirmation that they knew each other was telling, but the final straw was a CCTV clip of the crash site, which showed that the accident had never occurred.
What we believe happened is that the two vehicles were damaged away from the scene, and then the accident was staged at some point and debris put onto the road to create the impression that an accident had occurred.
The stag weekend in Edinburgh had been invented as a cover story for an audacious con trick, but it had all fallen apart like a late-night kebab. By now, there was enough evidence to take the culprits to court.
15 of the 16 people pleaded guilty and received suspended sentences. One person pleaded not guilty and he was tried by jury and later convicted.
The party was well and truly over for the stag do, and the only cause for celebration was that time had been called on a massive insurance scam. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
There's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled, dedicated police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act. And claim shame. Today, CCTV catches out a fraudster trying to claim a huge payout for an accident that never happened.
It just makes you think, well, this is a clear fabrication. There is nothing to suggest this gentleman's injuries have been sustained, especially not in the way he has stated.
A conman who goes on the run is caught by the elite police unit's iPad.
Mr. Begum then skipped bail, but was later found at his mother's property, hiding in the loft.
And the Met Traffic Unit challenges a suspect.
It's not negotiable. You have been arrested and you are going to be taken to a police station, okay?
We Brits love a bus ride. We take around 5 billion bus journeys every year. But occasionally, a ride down the high street can turn into a tragedy. Lee Ingram of the Transportation Claims Division of First Group worked on the case of a minor collision which had been filmed by the outward-looking onboard camera.
The bus approaches a stationary Land Rover, and as it's passing, it manages to catch the driver's side wing mirror with the side of the bus and continue on, bending the wing mirror back. It doesn't actually cause any damage to the wing mirror. The glass comes out of the housing, but neither the glass or the housing are damaged, and it's just a case of snapping the glass back in. There is no damage to the bus at all. You will see that the driver of the Land Rover, as the bus is passing, notices what's happening, and he can be seen clearly to be banging on the side of the bus. Then someone gets out of the Land Rover and goes to the front of the bus as he stops a bit further up and just lets him know what's happened.
Not long afterwards, the company was presented with a claim for an injury caused by the accident. But rather than coming from the driver of the car, the claim was from an unexpected source. This passenger on the top floor of the bus. His version of events was very different, as his phone call to the insurers shows.
What happened was, the bus driver was driving fine. There was a car
parked on double yellow, which caused the bus driver to, and from what I see, he just opened the door, and he caused the bus driver to brake very sharp, causing me to hit my head and falling down. After 45 minutes, I was having a lot of back and neck pain. Called a cab to hospital where I was advised by the doctor that it would be muscle injury. The pain has got a lot worse, so I can't do anything apart from going to a toilet. Having difficulty getting dressed, can't lift my son up, hard to walk up the stairs, can't play sport, and can't do much. Have made an appointment with my doctor for stronger painkillers. I'm really upset and feel hopeless and depressed as I'm in a lot of pain and can't do nothing at all.
In his opinion, he has sustained what he considers to be life-changing injuries.
This meant that the company could be liable for a potentially huge payout.
He was looking to build a substantial claim for future care, care of personal hygiene, maybe a future element of childcare and child support.
A minor prank causing life-changing injuries to one passenger just didn't ring true. A full-scale investigation was launched by Lee's team, and the CCTV from inside the bus was reviewed. It proved to be the killer piece of evidence. The claimant can be seen sitting on the top floor of the bus on the left-hand side.
When I first saw this footage of the passenger in question, I did review the footage on several occasions because I thought I must have missed the incident he's referring to.
But he hadn't. The reaction of the passengers looking out of the windows shows the exact moment of impact. At the same time, the other camera shows exactly what happened to the claimant. Nothing.
The gentleman who is making this claim does not at any stage fall to the floor. He stands up after having travelled to his destination, goes to the top of the stairwell, goes down the stairs, speaks to the driver as he gets off the bus, and then leaves the bus. There is no suggestion or any indication of a fall, as he is alleging.
The pictures confirmed what they'd suspected all along, that he'd never been injured, and his claim was a work of fiction.
It just makes you think, well, this is a clear fabrication. There is nothing to suggest this gentleman's injuries have been sustained, especially not in the way he has stated.
The video evidence revealed that his story was a complete lie, but as it turned out, the passenger would have found it difficult to pursue his claim.
As the damage to the Range Rover was negligible and the damage to the bus was non-existent, neither the Range Rover insurers or First Group were claiming off of each other. So you had a case where no one was admitting liability. The gentleman in question wasn't sure who he could make a claim off of, and I expect when he thought about whether his injuries were genuine or not, he decided there was really no one to pursue this claim against, and he wasn't prepared to risk it.
It was clear that there was no case to answer, and the claimant was never heard from again. The Met Traffic Unit are executing a raid on an accident management company where not everything is as it seems.
You don't work here, do you?
No, but I do look after the police.
Okay, well that's not what you said earlier, so do you want to wait inside?
And an attempted motor insurance fraud is stopped in its tracks.
When it's so clear, as on these particular occasions, it makes our job very, very easy.
The Met Traffic Unit is headed up by DI Dave Hindmarsh. With a growing number of organised gangs using London's roads as their hunting ground, DI Hindmarsh and his team are committed to slashing car crime.
We search for people who are wanted for serious offences. My team have made 300 arrests in the last 2.5 years, which is around about 50 operations. Every one of those operations will have resulted in a prosecution.
Their aim is to make our roads as safe as possible.
You have the most serious types of cash for crash, which is the induced collision. And this is primarily where gang members, because it is organised criminal gangs involved in this, who will go out onto the roads with two cars. They'll drive in tandem looking for their victim. They'll position themselves in front, and then the decoy car, which will be the lead car, will brake hard. That gives the middle car, the one that they want to be damaged, a reason to brake, catch their victim out, and they all run into the back. And that is a typical cash for crash scenario. The insurance industry have estimated that it costs them somewhere in the range of £392 million per year, but I think it's probably bigger than that. It is an extremely dangerous way of earning some money because you are putting innocent members of the public at risk.
Intelligence has led DI Dave Hindmarsh and his team to the home of a suspect thought to be connected to a case of crash for cash.
We're just on our way to execute a search warrant of an address on a person that we believe has been involved in at least 2 induced collisions. The intelligence we have is this person's had 2 crashes, all with similar circumstances, within the last year, and there's some evidence that suspect us to believe that he's been putting through false claims. So we're just arriving now.
The team are out at the break of dawn, so they can maintain the element of surprise. As they approach the house, they cover all exits.
Kitchen lights on, Roger.
Is the police? Yes, please. Good morning, I'm DC Roger Crawley from the Metropolitan Police Specialist Crimes Operation. I'd like to speak to you about 2 induced collisions that occurred last year. Accidents in which I believe you were involved and which I believe were deliberately staged. I'd like to come in and speak to you. I've got a search warrant here to search your premises.
The team is let into the house and they explain what's going to happen.
Okay. What we're going to be searching for is documentation in relation to that collision, passports, any other documentation, mobile phones that may assist me with my investigation.
One thing I don't understand, like you are here to investigate either the accident being caused deliberately.
That's right.
Okay, that's what you are here for.
That's right. I suspect they are deliberately staged accidents.
Okay, well, I am driving since 8 years in this country and I've never ever been involved in any accident except these 2 accidents which happened last year.
After initially querying the situation, the suspect finally indicates where they can find the documentation they need.
There are a set of documents over there, you can have a look, okay, to all the documents. As far as the accident concerned, of course, I drive on the road.
My suggestion now is he's arrested.
The team confer and make the decision to arrest the suspect.
Okay, you're under arrest, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm the defence if you do not mention one question, something which you later on in court, and you can say they've given evidence to understand that.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
A formal interview will take place at the police station, but the suspect wants to discuss the allegations there and then.
Not I done.
Well, you will be given your opportunity when we get down to the police station and I'll interview you to give your version of events. And if you wish to tell me all about
the team needs to avoid a long discussion, okay? So they're not wasting valuable time.
It's not negotiable. You have been arrested and you are going to be taken to a police station, okay?
Well, I don't understand. Okay, you can take me to the police station, I don't mind, because I know I'm right, so I don't need to scare of anything.
Listen to me, the officer explained why you've been arrested, okay? You will be going to a police station, so you might as well just sit there until we finish doing the search. We'll take you down to the police station, then everything will be explained to you fully.
Unexpectedly,
okay? And you'll be
the suspect then questions whether they are who they say they
your
are.
Account.
Really?
We've showed you our warrant cards.
I've showed you my warrant card. Do you want to see it again? Please. I'll show it to you again.
But you're arresting me with something I never done.
It's probably best if you just be quiet.
It seems like the suspect is using delaying tactics, and the interruption means that over 20 minutes have passed before the search finally gets underway.
We've entered the premises using the search warrant. The man that's in the living room has now been arrested for believed submitting fraudulent personal injury claims. He's going to be coming back to the police station with us where he'll be interviewed formally. We're basically looking for paperwork pertaining to insurance claims, insurance certificates, documentation for specific vehicles.
Eventually, they conclude the search and are ready to take the suspect away and remove the potential evidence.
So if you just do as we say, then there'll be no need to handcuff you. All right, brilliant. We came looking for paperwork for insurance claims and having just a look through the documentations briefly. That's what we've got. So certainly the objective today was to find some paperwork, which we have, and to arrest the person who's been arrested. So I think the objective has been complete.
According to one phone company, 700,000 mobiles are lost or stolen every year. Luckily, most gadgets are covered by household insurance. But with so many claims in the system, it's easy to believe that some fraudulent ones could slip through unnoticed. At least that's what Faisal Begum thought. He submitted multiple claims from people who didn't exist. Tom Gardner from Aviva worked on the case.
In the first place, our systems created an alert.
The alert was produced because Begum had submitted two similar claims close together. Although he'd used different names, the claims handlers identified a match in other personal details. An investigation was launched, and recordings of the phone calls from the two similar claims were retrieved. What they found confirmed their suspicions.
When they listened to calls, it was quite clear that there were a number of claims being reported by the same person.
How can I help?
It's William Daniels here. I'm calling regarding the settlement of my claim.
Have you got your claim number there, sir?
Yes, it's 11 Mike Hotel Oscar 015344.
And if you could just confirm for me your full name.
Yes, it's Mr. Fabiano Feria.
If I could take your policy number.
It's Mike Hotel Oscar 0511 40518.
The claims handlers passed on their findings to Aviva's claims fraud intelligence team.
The voice of Mr. Begum was very distinctive, so you could tell it was the same person in each call.
In the phone calls from the increasingly familiar voice, the caller also noted a keen interest in the exact terms and conditions of the policies.
The other question I have, in the policy, theft from unattended road vehicles, does that mean if somebody breaks into a car and steals something, that the limit would be 1,500?
That's right, yeah.
Because I've reported a claim yesterday.
Right.
The items that were stolen are over that limit.
The concern was that these two claims were the tip of the iceberg. And so it proved when the investigation turned up an additional 20 household insurance claims, which were very similar to the first two. Although most of the claims originated from Walsall, proving further links was a challenge.
All of the names and addresses were different, so it's difficult to show that it was one person behind these.
They went back to the calls from these cases too. They provided damning evidence.
Listening to the call recordings, it was quite clear that this was the same gentleman involved. So we could try and link all 20 cases.
It was obvious that they'd uncovered a complex web of fake identities, all invented by one man. The people supposedly making the claims didn't exist.
Mr. Begum, or Alexander Brazil and Dr. Shah, as he was also known, submitted over 22 claims in total within a period of several months.
Another giveaway was that the claims were all very similar.
Typically, his claims were for mobile devices, tablets and laptops, which he claimed had been left at takeaways or stolen on trains. The claims were generally supported by a lot of documentation, but our investigations revealed that most of those were faked or fraudulent. Each claim was typically for several £1,000s. In total, he submitted 22 claims with a value of over £50,000.
All the evidence pointed to fraud on a massive scale, and the company contacted the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department. The IFED team had initially been investigating Begum because of another lead, and it appeared that his fanciful storytelling had moved up a gear. DS Craig Mullish worked on the case.
He reported that his son was very violently robbed at one of the London railway stations that needed medical treatment. The allegations made were investigated by the British Transport Police, and it very quickly came to light that the story that we were told was not accurate and alarm bells were ringing.
This led the IFED team to work with Aviva to investigate other insurance claims made by Faisal Begum. They revealed evidence of a pattern of fraudulent behaviour, and they decided to take action.
They obtained a warrant for Mr. Begum's arrest and carried out a raid on his property.
There's no cooperation and we had to force entry.
Aviva wasn't expecting to hear from him again, but several days later he got in contact.
Astonishingly, telephoned Aviva again to make a claim for the damage to his front door, that IFED had caused whilst raiding the property.
Basically, our front door was damaged. There was a law enforcement agency who forced entry into our property for something which I don't know.
Despite the fact that the door had been broken as a result of his fraudulent behaviour, he still thought he deserved a payout.
I think the fact that Mr Begum actually claimed for the damage to his door just showed the audacity of the fraud.
There really is no bounds to what this man will do to submit and claim fraudulent monies from the insurance companies.
But the insurer was onto him, and the claim went nowhere. At this point, Faisal Begum finally realised that the game was up, and he went on the run. Unfortunately for him, he made a poor choice of hiding place.
Mr Begum then skipped bail, but was later found at his mother's property, hiding in the loft.
Faisal Begum was brought to trial, and the weight of evidence meant that the outcome was never in doubt.
Mr Begum was charged with 14 counts of fraud and was sentenced to 2 years in prison, which we felt was a fair and proportionate sentence.
This is a great result. It gives a great message out that neither the insurance industry nor IFED will tolerate insurance fraud, and this, I'm sure, will be a deterrent to any future fraudster out there that thinks insurance fraud is an easy touch. It clearly isn't.
Roundabouts are statistically safer than other types of intersection, but they still see their fair share of accidents. Susan Evans of Insurers Admiral worked on a case involving a policyholder who'd been involved in one such collision.
She said she was approaching a mini roundabout, thought that she had enough time to clear the mini roundabout before the other car made its turn, but unfortunately she didn't, and it resulted in a collision.
The accident resulted in damage to both vehicles, and the driver of the other car decided to pursue a claim.
It was alleged that there were actually 2 passengers within that car as well, and that both passengers had unfortunately been injured in the incident.
In line with the claims procedure, specific details of the injuries were provided.
Claims that we were faced with from the alleged passengers in the vehicle were whiplash claims that were around about £2,000 a piece in terms of value.
But the collision took place here, on a bustling high street during the day, which means one thing: eyewitnesses.
One actually came forward and said that they were adamant that there was no passengers in the vehicle that our policyholder had collided with. So we had a written statement to confirm there was nobody in that car apart from the driver.
Alarm bells started to ring, and the insurer decided that further investigation was needed. So they went through the CCTV they'd sourced from the local council. The footage reveals a very different version of events. The claimant can be seen driving down towards the mini roundabout, whilst the policyholder approaches from the other direction at the bottom of frame. The claimant starts to turn right, but the policyholder is going straight on, and they collide. What they saw next proved to be a crucial piece of evidence. They both exit their vehicles, examine the damage, and exchange details. But at no point does anyone else get out of the claimant's car.
If we look carefully at the footage, I think anyone involved in an incident of that nature is probably going to get out of the vehicle, have a look at the damage, perhaps assist the driver to try and get details from the other party. You don't see any passengers exiting from the car whatsoever.
The CCTV proved that there was only one person in the car, and that the claim for 2 personal injury payouts was a ploy to get more money. Admiral confronted the claimant's solicitors with the evidence.
They were clearly quite shocked at the start, but being faced with the irrefutable evidence that the CCTV footage presented, the claims were dropped immediately.
If the claimant thought they could walk away with money they didn't deserve, they were wrong.
There are penalties that they will have to pay. They will be recorded on a database, and within the background you also have the fact that the police might pick it up as a prosecution.
It's estimated that there are almost 2 million CCTV cameras in the UK, which means that fraudsters are increasingly being caught out by film evidence.
When it's so clear, as on these particular occasions, and there's clear evidence that those people are not in the cars, it makes our job very, very easy.
The Met traffic units are on the road again. this time to execute a raid on a company they believe helps organise crash-for-cash collisions to create fake insurance claims.
This morning we're going down to an accident management company. We've got evidence which suggests that the company had been involved in 2 induced collisions, and part of today is to take all of their paperwork and to sift through it at a later stage to identify other induced collisions. So at this stage we're not really sure. It could just be as simple as these 2 collisions. However, I suspect that we'll find evidence relating to more.
The team arrives at the scene and approach the company's rented office. They're working against the clock. But first, there's the small matter of gaining access.
There's no one here, which is typical of accident management companies when we arrive. So the 2 options we have is we'll try and get hold of the owner, get them to come round and open up. If not, we'll open up ourselves. We shan't be leaving without what we came for.
They attempt to make contact with the owner of the company, but draw a blank. Finally, they get through to the landlord of the property.
Hello, sir. My name's Andy Collins. I'm a detective constable who works for the Metropolitan Police.
The owner of the company is proving hard to track down, but the landlord should be able to let D.I. Hindmarsh and his team into the office.
Could you get yourself down here as soon as possible?
Just then, a third party approaches the officers.
Come with me and speak to my colleague, please.
I'm just wondering how you've suddenly turned up, that's all. I'm wondering how you've just suddenly appeared.
No, because like yesterday I was at the office.
Yeah.
He claims not to be an employee, but has come to pick up some paperwork.
Okay, she's the secretary, yeah?
The Met Traffic Unit is no closer to gaining entry, but then the landlord of the property arrives in person.
I've got a door key, but not a shutter key.
Oh dear.
He's nothing to do with the company under investigation and cooperates with the team to try and gain access to the
Have we got a
office.
hooligan? There we are, the man with the bar.
Eventually, the landlord finds a shortcut.
Seriously? I said to him.
And finally, they're in.
Thank you.
The search is interrupted by the man they first spoke to on the street. He's followed them into the office.
Wait, if you want to wait outside, you don't work here, do you?
No, but I do look after the police.
Okay, well that's not what you said earlier, so do you want to wait outside? You said you came here to collect papers from the business. Yeah. No, you just wait outside, yeah?
Okay.
At last, they're able to search the company office in earnest. Although the team is investigating a small number of specific incidents, they suspect that the company is connected to more, and they hope to find evidence of this.
Well, we're just going through all the desks in here looking for fraudulent motor insurance claims. We have certain collisions, accidents that we know about that have happened that we will need the paperwork for. Hopefully we'll find them when we go through it more thoroughly, but at this stage we can take everything, then we can investigate the claims and see if they may be suspect as well.
Before long, the team makes an interesting discovery.
Some stuff has been found in the bin over there with some dates from an insurance company that's written to this company questioning some claims that have been made, and that's ended up in the bin. So we'll have to look at that and see what their concerns were, speak with that insurance company and obviously investigate that collision as well. You find things that you're looking for, and it's just like putting together a jigsaw really, I suppose.
As the potential evidence is bagged and recorded, another discovery is made.
The guy that turned up first thing this morning that was denying actually working here. This is actually his desk, he's admitted now. So he does actually work here.
It's not just paperwork that the team is after. The company's computer equipment will be examined too.
The accident management company is now closed because we've taken away their computers and all their documentation, so it'll be difficult for them to continue practicing. In relation to further inquiries to this matter, it's an ongoing investigation, and there is likely that we'll be looking to execute further search warrants and hopefully discover more evidence of any wrongdoing.
The Met Traffic Unit is dedicated to making our roads as safe as possible, and every fraudster they take down moves them one step closer to that goal. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act. And claim and shame. A heartbreaking boss takes the blame for a dislocated knee.
The eventual outcome was decided by the CCTV footage.
A vigilante road user gets tough on fraud.
I think in Mr. Parker they definitely picked on the wrong individual.
And a specialist fraud-busting team is on the hunt for a crash-for-cash suspect.
It's the police, so can you open the door?
Bendy ones, tall ones, short ones and sometimes late ones. Buses are a varied bunch, but they have one thing in common. If you're not holding on tight, they can knock you off your feet. That's exactly what happened to this stricken man on the 427 bus in West London. He's just dislocated his knee.
The passenger has stood up, pressed the bell. As he stood up and pressed the bell, the driver has braked very hard, forcibly, causing him to plough into the seat in front of him and hit his knee on the seat. After the passenger's dislocated his knee, he's clearly in some pain. He then stands up and limps to the stairwell of the bus, trying to figure out how he's going to get down the stairs as he now can no longer bend his leg because he's dislocated his knee. He then realises he can't do this, so he decides just to sit down in the stairwell.
Blocking the stairwell, unable to move, and in a lot of pain, the injured passenger alerted the driver.
The bus driver stopped to let some passengers get off, and after he'd closed the doors, he heard a voice, a male voice, saying, "Please, can you stop the bus? Hold on a second." So the bus driver waited.
Due to the severity of his injury, an ambulance was called for the lame passenger. That wasn't the last the bus company was going to hear of the incident.
The gentleman later on presented a claim for personal injury, for compensation for the injuries he sustained to his knee. He's also stated that he has suffered a loss of earnings 2 months after the incident. He's claiming that he's still unable to work. Although he didn't quantify his claim, I would suspect it would be in the region of between £10,000 to £20,000, including legal fees. So not insubstantial amount.
For incidents like this, First Group self-insure, so they pay out for claims from their own pocket. The supposedly hard-braking bus driver had potentially exposed the bus company to a serious financial blow. But before the passenger could be paid, the bus company had to complete its standard claims process.
When the claim was submitted to us, we decided to investigate, as we do with all claims, using all the evidence available to us.
Evidence like this.
CCTV coverage on buses tends to be good in all areas. On this particular bus, we've got 12 cameras fitted. They will include cameras showing the upstairs deck, front and back, the stairwell. Also downstairs we'll have cameras looking at the passengers at the front and the back. We will have cameras showing people that are boarding the bus. There's a camera in the driver's cab so we can see what attention the driver is paying to what he's doing. We also got cameras on the outside of the bus looking forwards, backwards and along both sides, forward and backwards. So it's a pretty good overall view of all areas on the bus.
If the bus driver had dislocated the passenger's knee with some hard braking, his bosses were about to find out. This is the 427 bus on the evening of the incident. Here comes our passenger now.
He originally got on the bus, he stood at the bottom of the stairs. And then as the bus moved away, he decided to join the upper deck. He went to the back of the bus and sat straight in the middle seat.
Soon, according to his claim, we should expect to see the passenger's knee dislocated after the bus driver slams on his brakes. If you're squeamish, look away now.
When we looked at the footage, we realised that a very different story to the one that the gentleman had informed us was coming to light.
What the bus company saw was bizarre. The passenger engages in a session of martial arts with a much bigger opponent, the 427 bus.
He starts throwing the occasional martial art block and punch into the air.
It's an intimidating sight, one that drives his fellow passengers away from the battle zone.
Some of the passengers start moving away from him. He stands up and becomes a lot more animated. He starts throwing elbow blocks and knee strikes and kicks at these seats and the metal stanchions on the bus. And he really looks like he's trying to take down an invisible opponent.
Far from invisible, the 12-ton enemy was getting the upper hand.
He hugs onto the post and he becomes imbalanced and spins from the post. And it's at this point that he gets his right leg caught between his left leg and the seat, and you can see the twist of his knee, which is where the dislocation then occurs.
The passenger's version of events was a complete lie. His knee hadn't been dislocated due to the bus driver braking sharply. He dislocated his own knee, scrapping with a metal pole.
You can then see he's in some visible discomfort as he sits there, rolls up his trouser leg and starts to hold his knee.
Meanwhile, unaware of events unfolding upstairs, the driver brings the bus to a gentle halt for the next stop.
To be honest, the CCTV footage is probably all we needed to discredit this person's version of events. He's told us what happened in his words. We've looked at the footage. It clearly is very different to what he stated.
It couldn't be any clearer. The passenger's phony claim had been exposed.
The eventual outcome was decided by the CCTV footage. We sent that on to the claimant's solicitors and suggested they view the footage and then decide whether they still wanted to progress with their claim. We have not heard back from them since.
Claims like this are ultimately paid for by the consumer, from the money they've handed over for their tickets. The bus company doesn't take it lightly.
In the event that this claim was pursued further and they decided that our repudiation was not accepted, we would have run this case to trial, definitely, through the civil courts, and we probably would have sent our information on to the police and asked them if they would consider prosecuting the claimant in this occasion.
An eagle-eyed road user disputes the facts.
Why are you saying 3 injured parties? I said, there's only 2 people in the other car.
A guy fed sees potentially case-closing evidence.
We seized a number of handwritten documents which are basically an outline of the accident.
Look at this mess. Mr. Parker, on the left, has just ploughed his vehicle into the back of the red car.
He came out of the car, I got out of the car, looked at the back of his car to see the damage, looked at the front of my car to see the damage.
It was a classic rear-end shunt that left the smaller red car with some damage.
I did ask him if he was okay. He said, oh, yeah. I said, I'm sorry. What else can you do when you hit somebody in the back of a car?
Mr. Parker was happy to take full responsibility for the damage, so handed his details over to the driver of the red car.
The claims that we received totalled about £30,000. That was made up of claims for the solicitor's costs and a very large credit hire claim. The vehicle that was involved in the accident was unroadworthy, couldn't be driven, and they wanted to claim over £8,000 for a replacement vehicle.
A 30 grand wallet. Mr. Parker's insurer was facing a very large outlay. They decided to contact Mr. Parker for more details about the incident.
I got a phone call from my insurance company saying, asking me had I been involved in a traffic accident. So I said, yes. Well, I was at fault because I hit the back of this other car. car that was stationary.
The insurer had some bad news. Mr. Parker was readily taking the blame for a much bigger claim than he realised.
They said, we don't think this is going to be a straightforward case. They're claiming whiplash injuries against insurance. So I said, well, they seemed all right at the time, but, you know, these things can probably come into effect later.
Mr. Parker took the news well, but then the conversation took a turn.
They said, well, it's going to be 3 injured parties. Are you sure you're not all injured? I said, no, I'm not injured. But why are you saying 3 injured parties? I said, there's only 2 people in the other car. No, there was 3. So I said, there was a driver and his passenger, nobody else in the car.
A whiplash claim from 3 people could substantially add to the size of the claim. Mr. Parker's premium was in danger of rocketing. It could have been Mr. Parker's word against that of the red car driver. But Mr. Parker had an ace up his sleeve.
Well, I'm sorry, they put a claim in for 3 people. And I said, well, I'm sorry, there's not. Well, it's your decision, your argument against theirs. No, it's them against my onboard camera. To which they replied, you had it filmed?
2 years earlier, Mr. Parker had a small crash. Despite no serious dispute as to liability, he felt an onboard camera would have provided useful evidence. It had recorded his latest crash. Understandably, the insurance company were keen to get hold of the footage. It would easily solve the dispute about how many people had been in the red car at the time of the collision.
So we contacted him and arranged to collect the footage from him, which we then viewed when it got back to our offices. I was pleasantly surprised to see how clear the footage was.
Perfectly positioned in the middle of the dashboard, the camera was ready to settle the case. After the collision, the occupants of the red car emerge. 1, 2. Just as Mr. Parker had stated, there were only 2 people in the car at the time of the incident.
And that's really interesting because when the claims were presented to us, we actually get claims from 3 people, including a person that was allegedly in the back of the vehicle at the time of the accident.
So, after the driver of the red car had taken a wallop in the rear and driven away, he had deviously decided to inflate his insurance claim by inventing an extra passenger. But was it that simple? Something in the footage suggested to the insurer that the truth was far more sinister. They watched the video again.
So when I saw this footage, I was quite shocked. We could see very clearly then exactly what had happened in the accident.
This is the footage from Mr. Parker's car, 40 seconds before impact.
So what we see in the footage is 2 vehicles on the roundabout, very close to each other, unusually close to each other.
Mr. Parker pulls in behind the 2 cars. All 3 vehicles enter the slip road leading to the dual carriageway. 20 seconds to impact. As the cars approach the dual carriageway, the lane they're trying to join is clear of traffic. So why did this happen?
As they were all going towards the point where the slip road joins the dual carriageway, all of a sudden the car in front, the silver car, brakes for absolutely no reason, causing the car directly in front of Mr. Parker to brake very aggressively, and Mr. Parker went into the rear of that car.
The insurance company knew what they were looking at. It looked like a crash for cash attempt. It appears the drivers of the silver and red cars had been working together in an attempt to make money from the innocent Mr. Parker. It seemed they'd been using a standard trick of the fraudster, the 3-car slam-on. This is how it works. 2 gang cars will drive in tandem. After choosing a victim, they move into position. Then, car 1, the decoy, will slam on its brakes for no reason, causing car 2 to react. This makes car 2 look innocent to the victim at the rear. It seemed Mr. Parker had just driven into such a trap.
I was shocked when we actually saw the footage that these people had the audacity to try and target an innocent motorist who was just going about his daily business and try and cause an accident where he could have been hurt and badly injured.
I think it's wrong that they should go down this road, and I think they don't look at the wider picture where they actually could cause serious injury. We were both lucky, or all three of us were lucky in this instance.
Because of the evidence that Mr. Parker had obtained, we were able to very quickly, very clearly reject those claims that had been made.
Instead of making off with £30,000 for their efforts, the driver of the car was given a police caution and didn't receive a penny.
I think in Mr. Parker they definitely picked on the wrong individual.
Insurance fraud is on the rise, and if you have insurance of any kind, you're footing the bill. But the fraudsters have an ominous enemy.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
Through a combination of investigation, industry connections and surprise, they've made over 300 arrests and stopped millions of pounds from going to the criminals, money which ultimately goes back in our pockets.
It's highly likely now, if you commit any insurance fraud, you will get caught.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
It seems the business of crash for cash is booming. Working closely with the insurers, IFED regularly take down these dangerous organised gangs. Today, IFED has one target, a man suspected of masterminding hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of fraudulent motor vehicle claims.
The subject who we're hopefully going to arrest this morning appears to have opened up 5 different policies with an insurance company, the same insurance company. And then shortly thereafter, he's made various claims. But there is a potential loss of over £200,000 when you take into account personal injury claims, etc., etc.
DC Sibley and the IFED team arrive at the home address of the suspect.
Police, can you open up?
Please, can you open that door, please? You can't find the key to open the door. Hey!
Good morning, sorry, found the keys. All right. My name's DC Iceland. I'm from the city. Thank you.
The IFED team is granted access to the property, but the man who has opened the door is not the suspect.
All right, they were your tenants. And when did those tenants move out?
The man IFED is talking to owns the house. He used to rent the property out to the suspect, but has now moved back in.
All right, well,
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
It wasn't a wasted visit. Information found inside the house has provided IFED with a new address to visit in their hunt for the suspect.
Yeah, Pat, what's the postcode for the next address?
Yeah.
What number? Police officers.
It's bonus time for IFED.
Came here looking for 1. We've come away with 2.
This is the sound of a taus, a bow-stringed instrument from central and northern India. One of the most renowned players of the taus lives in Britain, Ranveer Singh. The highly regarded Ranveer is internationally recognised for his traditional Indian folk music. Like a lot of world-famous musicians, he had a smart car. Frustratingly, in March 2010, the talented Mr. Singh had his car stolen.
The claim was for the theft of his new Audi A5 motor car. Ranveer Singh alleged that he was visiting friends down in Southall in Middlesex and had been away overnight and parked the car, and when he returned, the car had gone.
An Audi A5 is not the kind of car you want to have nicked. An average spec A5, fresh off the forecourt, will set you back roughly £30,000.
The police completed their standard inquiries and they concluded that it was a genuine claim, and therefore we were proceeding towards settlement.
Singh had only owned the car for 4 months before it was pinched, but he was fully insured, so he would be back on the road as soon as the insurer had checked out the claim. On receiving the claim, the insurer needed to clear up a couple of things.
There were some discrepancies in terms of circumstances, and as often is the standard process, we sent out an investigator to take a statement from Mr. Singh. There were some discrepancies between the version that he gave to our investigators and the version he gave to us when he actually made the claim. And they revolved around where the car was parked and what he did immediately on discovering the car had been stolen. The main discrepancy being in terms of what street he'd actually parked the car in.
An understandable mistake, especially if you don't live in the area.
There were some concerns, but after doing the initial checks, we thought the claim did occur in the manner it was reported, so we started to proceed towards settlement.
A few weeks of paperwork followed, by which point the insurer was on the brink of the payout to Singh, when, out of the blue, they got a phone call, informing them that the stolen Audi had been located.
4 months after the claim was submitted, in August 2010, we received a call from the police, which was unusual. The car was stopped in Germany by the border police.
Great. Ranbir Singh could have his car back. Not yet. Something inside the car caused the UK police to look more closely into the disappearance of the vehicle.
There were two guys from Cyprus driving the car, and they were stopped, and they had a handwritten note alleging that they had permission to take the car.
Having learned of the note, the UK police gave the insurer a warning.
They basically told us to not proceed with payment, that Mr. Ranbir Singh was under investigation.
That's because the handwritten note in the car was from Ranbir Singh.
They took about 3 months to investigate circumstances, and in October 2010, Mr. Ranbir Singh was arrested.
Upon his arrest, Singh revealed all.
Mr. Ranbir Singh purchased a vehicle in December 2009 and almost immediately started to experience financial difficulties, was having trouble paying back the finance he had on the car, and he alleges that he'd met somebody that said to him, "We can start to help you pay your debts off," and he paid this unknown individual £7,000, deal being that the individual would arrange for a couple of guys to take the car, cross borders into Europe and make the car vanish.
Ranbir Singh, the musician, was now Ranbir Singh, the insurance fraudster. The fallen musician was facing a tough day in court. In December 2011, Ranbir Singh was convicted of fraud and sentenced to 10 months imprisonment.
The unusual twist in this story is that Ranbir Singh was actually a very prominent figure in his local community. He's a very highly acclaimed Indian musician. And for somebody of that standing to attempt insurance fraud is unusual, but really does demonstrate that actually it's a lot more prevalent than perhaps people think.
Today, IFED is tracking down a man suspected of making hundreds of thousands of pounds out of fraudulent motor insurance claims.
But there is a potential loss of over £200,000 when you take into account personal injury claims, etc., etc.
IFED found that the suspect no longer lives at the first location visited, so is following a lead to a new address. They have no idea who or what they will find in the house.
Hello, good morning. Hello, is your mummy around or daddy?
IFED can find no sign of an adult presence in the house.
Hello? Hello, is your mummy and daddy around? Don't be scared, it's the police. Can you open up, please?
It's the police, so can you open the door?
The minutes tick by. The team is still waiting to be given access to the property.
Yeah, it's the police.
I can see one,
she's gone upstairs.
It's 3 kids, it's a little girl, that's why.
The longer they wait, the more likely it is that the suspect could destroy potential evidence.
The toilet being flushed.
This baby, this toddler, and there's a little girl. Well, hiya, police officers.
Hello there, good morning, sir.
From their extensive research, IFED know they have found their suspect.
My name's DC Einsman, River City Police. I'm looking for you, so I'd like to step in and talk to you.
Okay, I'm going to arrest you, okay? You're under arrest in connection with fraudulent insurance policies for motor vehicles and subsequent claims made on them. I'm arresting you for the prompt and effective investigation of these offences.
The suspect's been arrested, so we're going to do a search now of the property to see if we can find any more documentation, anything relevant to the offences. He's not particularly happy that we're there, but that's something we can do and see what we can find.
The suspect wasn't where IFED expected to find him, but DC Sibley's team searched the house they'd been led to. Filming access is restricted to the unplanned raid location. Within minutes, the search yields potential evidence.
We're in one of the main bedrooms at the moment, and it's just sackfuls of paperwork, documentation, quite a lot of it relating to what we're investigating. We seized a number of notebooks with handwritten notes in them showing names, addresses of possible claimants. Seized a large number of certificates of motor insurance, all linked to the index numbers and names of the people that have made the claims.
The search of the main bedroom has become red hot. DC Sibley has some potentially incriminating exhibits in her hands.
We seized a number of handwritten documents which are basically an outline of the accident. This would be a map of the collision of the roads and where the collision took place, showing obviously the roundabout, the vehicles involved, and street names, and actually how the accident happened. And this is quite common, we find this quite a lot. But we found a number of those. 3 I've got here, as I say, the driver details of the third-party vehicle, victims' details, insurance company details, and obviously full description of how the accident happened with a nice little diagram.
The search of the main bedroom is complete. The suspect IFED came for is taken away for further questioning. Out of the blue, DC Sibley's attention is drawn to another occupant of the house.
We came in here looking for one person, but when during the search, the other male in the premises has sort of stated to me that the documentation is his, it's in his bag, and it's in his bedroom. So because of what we found, he's been arrested as well on suspicion of fraud by false representation. So we came here looking for one, we've come away with 2, and a lot of information and evidence. There is a lot of documentation in there relating to fraud, in my opinion, so they're going to have a lot of questions to answer.
IFED has got more than the suspect it came for. It could be driving away with the evidence it needs to seal another case against the menace of insurance fraud. Is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the police insurance fraud team, IFED, is hunting down suspects.
There is a problem because he was running out the back door, so don't say there's no problem.
Surveillance footage is used to quash a hugely exaggerated compensation claim.
Eureka, it's a really good moment to actually catch this woman doing what she was doing.
And a hire car smash goes viral.
Good for YouTube, not very good for us, not very good for business, and certainly not good for him.
With ever-increasing amounts of traffic on the roads, minor accidents are unavoidable. A busy town in Essex was the scene of one such incident involving a bus. 5 months later, the bus company heard from Emma Piper, one of the passengers who'd been on board. She claimed that she'd been injured as a result. Lee Ingram from First Group's Transportation Claims Division worked on the case.
Ms Piper alleges that on the 27th of June 2003, a bus had overshot the turning and was reversing back when it clipped the curb and a sign. She's alleging that she was sat at the back of the bus with her child on her lap and she subsequently injured her back.
The team started an investigation. They began by talking to the driver, but immediately drew a blank when they asked him what had happened.
On this particular occasion, he had no recollection.
It seemed as if the original accident had been minor.
We therefore made quite a low offer to her.
But she rejected the offer and went on to claim that she was suffering from a long list of health issues, including back problems and walking difficulties.
She was claiming the higher level of disability living allowance, which would suggest that she would have a severe walking difficulty. In some circumstances, she could not walk at all. She's also claiming that she was unable to lift her child. The claimant states that following this accident, all of her hobbies ceased. Now, one of her hobbies was actually roller skating. She carried on to claim that she was unfit for any type of work and would not be able to work again in the future.
The severity of the alleged injuries meant the amount she was claiming for was enormous.
The claim submitted was round about the £500,000 mark in total.
Lee and his team decided to place Emma Piper under surveillance. What they found was a revelation and totally contradicted her claims.
The most obvious thing that jumps out is her removing things from the rear of the car, which at one stage included her holding a handbag, which seems to be quite a hefty handbag, at arm's length, and also managing to haul out of the back of the car a car battery. One of her main complaints is that she couldn't lift and carry her children. She is clearly seen to be doing this.
She also alleged that she had walking difficulties and back pain, but is seen walking freely and carrying heavy items. She's also seen driving on many occasions, something she claimed caused discomfort.
When we saw this, the actual extent of the things that she was doing just made us think, Eureka, it's a really good moment to actually catch this woman doing what she was doing.
And her claim to have been forced to give up the hobby she loved also appeared to be in dispute.
We made some checks with the club of which she was a member for roller skating and spoke to the manager of the roller rink, who kindly provided us with records of her subsequent attendance, and there were also incidents where she had reported injuries to them after she had been skating. During a speed skating session, she had managed to skate into the end wall and winded herself.
Despite the overwhelming evidence, Piper insisted on pursuing her huge claim, and both sides ended up in court, more than once.
We actually had 26 court hearings, 3 appeals and 3 trials.
It was impossible to argue with the surveillance evidence, and the final result was unsurprising.
The judge found Ms Piper to be wholly unreliable. The judge found that there may have been an incident, but if there was, it had only caused a very short period of injury to the claimant. Subsequently, he made an award of just under £1,050. That is something like 0.2% of the original claim that was submitted.
But the story didn't end there for Piper.
In the event that a reasonable offer is made and then rejected, when the judge finally makes his decision, he is going to award costs in your favour, and that is exactly what's happened in this case. She subsequently has to foot the bill for the legal costs. The costs will run into tens of thousands of pounds, and we do intend to fully pursue Ms Piper for that money.
Emma Piper's greed ultimately led to her downfall, and instead of walking away with compensation, she's now left with a huge bill.
This is a great result for First Group in that we managed to successfully defend what could potentially have been a very large claim.
One of the UK's biggest insurance fraud rings is busted.
That would have represented a financial loss to the industry of about £6.5 million.
And a driver is left with a hefty bill after taking a hire car for a spin on a racetrack.
He wouldn't have taken his own car for this race day, so why on earth is he taking our car?
Combating the ever-increasing threat of insurance fraud is an elite police squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
They've made over 300 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims, money which ultimately goes back in our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
Since the formation of IFED in January 2012, the goalposts have moved, and now if you commit insurance fraud, there's every chance you may get a knock on your front door.
Head of IFED, DCI David Wood and DC Tom Hill are working on a case of insurance fraud involving online motor insurance policies. The investigation has reached the stage where they're ready to make arrests and collect hard evidence of suspected criminal activity.
We're going to execute a search warrant for a insurance fraud.
The suspects are believed to be what's known as ghost brokers, a term for when fraudsters falsify details, such as ages and addresses, to get the cheapest possible insurance deal, and then sell it on to third parties at a substantial profit. Innocent policyholders scammed by the ghost brokers often have no idea their insurance isn't worth the paper it's written on. The next step in the investigation is to gather evidence to strengthen their case, so the IFED team is about to pay the suspects an early morning visit.
So we've got a search warrant to search, and we'll seize computer equipment and mobile phones that we believe were used to take out the policies.
What we don't know is what's going to be behind the door. We can do a certain amount of checks, research and intelligence. However, you never actually know until you go through the door, so you've got to be on your toes.
The IFED team needs to find the three main suspects and also potential evidence in the form of computer equipment that links them to the suspected scam. The IFED team, together with support from the local police force, has arrived outside the house where they believe the three suspects live.
So what we're doing now is we're all getting in position. We've got officers covering the back should anyone try and get away or any evidence get discarded from the back of the property. And then once we're ready, we'll start knocking on the door. Yeah, let's do it, lads.
Morning. Police officers. We've got a search warrant for the address.
After a delay, they're let into the house and have to move quickly to lock down the building and identify the suspects they want to arrest.
Who's in here?
The occupants are less than happy to see IFED. The IFED team takes the man and woman into the front room to arrest them, but so far there's no sign of the third suspect.
Okay, let me explain. We've got a search warrant for the address. It relates to insurance fraud.
Sorry?
Do you speak English?
Yes,
Yeah.
you need to.
So what will happen is you'll come to the police station and we'll interview you about the offence.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah?
There's a problem when the suspects start speaking to each other in another language.
Just stop a minute. Do you mind just speaking in English? Just speak in English, okay? Otherwise we'll just take one of you to the car and we'll...
That's all right.
What we use, just speak in
No,
English,
for
okay?
coming to my daughter for looking at my children.
Tom needs to ensure that they're not exchanging information that could affect his case. The delay in gaining access to the property has made the team suspicious, and they immediately check out the backyard.
We're a little bit concerned that it took them some time to open the door. We have got power of entry, but we don't like to smash people's doors down unless we really have to. We're looking for electronic devices that this fraud has been perpetrated on. So we're talking computers, laptops, smartphones perhaps. And we don't know whether he had a sufficient time to come out into the yard and secrete maybe a telephone perhaps.
What do they?
The search continues inside, and it's not long before they find the computer equipment they're looking for, but in an unexpected place.
Not a common place to keep laptops in your bathroom, is it?
So, mate, listen, make a decision where you're going to be, because you're up and down and all over the place. Just don't want you jumping up and running off. Just calm
You can't be going up and down the stairs.
No,
What do you
I'm
need?
my mum to...
Mum's can do. She's all right. She knows
Just
what
sit
she's
down
doing.
there.
It's clear by now that the third suspect isn't in the house, so they concentrate on going through the paperwork. And it's not long before DCI David Wood turns up something significant.
Yeah, what we've got here is a bank statement for the lady who's just been arrested. And this is very good for us because it's showing the actual card payments going from her bank account to the insurance company. For example, on one day, there are 5 separate payments to the one insurance company, each going out for sums between 40, 50, 60 pounds. That is highly unusual. But there's money coming into the account, which we would suspect to be from people that are buying the bogus policies from these suspects. And a further examination of the bank account shows money's going back to their homeland. There's a transfer there of £12,000. It's quite a busy bank account she's got there. Excuse me, we noticed by the baby there's a phone, a mobile phone, just underneath the blanket. That's it. We need that. Excuse me.
Carmen, if you just give that to me.
Yes.
Thank you. Whose is that?
Is this your phone?
No, my daughter.
Your daughter's phone?
Yes.
We're happy though, Tom, with the seeing the bank statements.
Yeah, and there's so many computers. Over 10 so far. Obviously, there's a lot of phones that can be used to access the internet as well, so we've seized a few phones. Okay.
Downstairs, a key piece of suspected evidence has been recovered from its hiding place. As the IFED team goes through what they found, the 2 suspects are taken to a local police station for further questioning. The material they've collected looks promising, but they're still missing a vital part of the puzzle, and perhaps the key to the whole case, the third suspect.
There is a problem because he was running out the back door, so don't say there's no problem.
The Audi RS4 is a top-of-the-range sports car. It's typical of the sort of prestige vehicle that is stocked by Accident Exchange. They provide temporary replacement vehicles for policyholders. Neil Thomas is Director of Investigative Services.
If somebody's involved in a non-fault accident, they are entitled in law to a replacement like-for-like car.
And that's where Accident Exchange comes in, supplying the vehicles in question. In what seemed like a straightforward case, the company had provided a vehicle to a driver who'd suffered a non-fault accident and was waiting for his own car to be fixed.
This particular car was an Audi RS4 estate car, which is a sports car, valued probably about £40,000 or £50,000 at the time.
So far, so routine. But it wasn't long before Accident Exchange received a phone call from the driver, who informed them that he needed a replacement car for his replacement car. Against the odds, he'd had another serious accident.
The client said that he was driving in a country lane, lost control of the car and collided with a ditch at the side of the road.
Accident Exchange recovered the vehicle so they could assess the damage.
Yeah, it was scrap value really, which on a car like that is a very expensive commodity to repair. So the damage was sufficient that it was written off by the insurance company.
But something about the driver's version of events didn't add up.
We've got a fleet of 3,000 vehicles, so we investigate all collisions, certainly where the cars are written off. And our suspicions were aroused because of the level of the damage.
It was also significant that the driver said the accident had happened on a quiet country lane with no witnesses.
There was no proof either way. There's no CCTV. There's nothing to negate or prove actually what the collision how the collision had occurred.
It was clear that the case needed further investigation. In common with most top-of-the-range vehicles, the Audi RS4 is fitted with a raft of sophisticated security features, including a tracking system.
We examined the technology within the vehicle, which indicated that, firstly, the accident hadn't happened how he said, and secondly, it wasn't in the location he said it was.
The driver claimed that he crashed the car on a B road in Castle Combe, Wiltshire. The tracker showed that he was in Castle Combe, but not on a B road.
The intelligence we got from the car and the investigation showed that this guy had actually taken the car to a racetrack for a race day.
It was the breakthrough the investigation needed. And if the driver hadn't had such a top-of-the-range car, he might never have been caught out. The tracker showed he'd lied about the location, and the crash had actually happened on a racetrack during an open day. Rodney Gooch works at Castle Combe Circuit.
Castle Combe Circuit, established in 1950 on the site of an old wartime airbase, been racing ever since.
seen most of the big names in British motor racing. It's a very demanding track. I mean, it's 1.85 miles around. It has some very, very challenging corners.
My advice to you, as always, when you start off, take it steady.
But more evidence was to come, in the form of a video clip of the race day that appeared online. The clip shows the shocking moment when the driver of the silver Audi estate loses control.
When we checked this YouTube video, we could obviously see it was our car. So we'd got video evidence showing that the collision hadn't happened how the client told us. It had happened going around the racetrack, and the way he was driving, for me, it wasn't a surprise they had the collision.
In addition, there were plenty of witnesses who'd seen the crash. Bob Honeysett works on the Castle Combe recovery team.
The car came around Camp Corner, started drifting out. I remember it quite clearly because I thought he held it, and then the car snapped back. And as he snapped back, he went straight into the tyre wall. The session was stopped. As we were loading the car onto the flatbed truck, the driver was out there and he was ripping the number plates off the car. And I was asking him, I was like, oh, why are you doing that? And he said, oh, I don't want anybody to know who it belongs to. We were quite suspicious then.
It was quite a spectacular crash. Good for YouTube, not very good for us, not very good for business, and certainly not good for him.
The truth behind the crash had finally come out, but one thing was still unclear: why the driver had lied to Accident Exchange in the first place. The answer lay in the terms of his insurance cover, which didn't include driving on racetracks.
He knew he wasn't insured. He wouldn't have taken his own car for this race day, so why on earth is he taking our car?
With a wealth of evidence stacked against the driver, Accident Exchange decided to act.
He denied it first of all, but then when we said he got a YouTube video, he actually accepted that he had taken it to racetrack day, he had written it off, and he subsequently paid us for the damage to the car.
With no insurance cover, he had to pay the entire amount out of his own pocket, a sum of £25,000.
I think with some of the cars, people think it's a hire car so they can take it to a racetrack. They don't have to look after it. We've got a different view in racing to that because obviously it's a very nice car and we expect clients to look after them as they would their own car.
The Insurance Fraud Bureau, the IFB, is a body set up by the insurance industry to combat insurance fraud. In 2007, they began an investigation which ended up revealing one of the biggest motor insurance frauds ever in the UK, involving a whopping £6.5 million. But it all began with a small-scale investigation into similar claims linked to the same accident management company, Real Accident Helpline. Ben Fletcher is head of the IFB.
It was run by two people. The director was Nashbandi and the company secretary was Hillerman.
Accident management companies operate by processing insurance claims on behalf of drivers. The majority are genuine, but an increasing number are used by criminals as a front for fraudulent activities. The IFB examined the evidence that had been forwarded to them.
With Real Accident Helpline, there were a number of similarities with the claims which started to cause concern. There were some collisions that had been alleged to have happened where they didn't. The policies were taken out using identities which, when we started to do investigation work, the people behind those policies didn't exist. A lot of the people that were on the books of Real Accident Helpline were ghosts.
By now, it was clear that Real Accident Helpline was linked to fraudulent activity. The IFB contacted the Metropolitan Police. DC Tony Recchia led the case.
My initial thoughts were that this would be quite a quick investigation. However, it wasn't long before we realised that there was a lot more to this.
What set alarm bells ringing was the sheer number of claims being put through and how similar they were.
Most of their collisions were rear-end shunts because they realised that these are very rarely going to be contested by the insurance companies.
The investigation moved on to the two men behind Real Accident Helpline.
We quickly found out that they were using overseas travel. We found various photographs, documents linking them to exotic cars. They were always immaculately dressed, wearing designer clothes, so they were living quite a good lifestyle, overtly.
But living the high life isn't cheap, and Nash Bandy and Hillerman made the mistake of processing so many claims they weren't able to cover their tracks. To save time, they started repeating names, details and locations.
Most of these companies, they get a bit blasé and a bit greedy, and that opens a few more doors.
One such door revealed a key piece of evidence that allowed the police investigation to move to the next level. The Asset Protection Unit at credit hire company Accident Exchange was yet again on the case. They were conducting a separate investigation into a credit hire claim also linked to Nash Bandy.
Our suspicions were that he was going to use our car as part of the staged accident.
A staged accident is an accident that has been deliberately caused in order to create a fraudulent and inflated insurance claim. The company took steps to recover the car in what's known as a snatchback procedure.
Part of the procedure is that we take the car back, we bring it back to Accident Exchange headquarters, and it's searched by my staff under video conditions. When we searched the car, we found some documentation in it. So there were things like claim forms, there were things like sketches of accidents. It was obvious to us that the paperwork related to the arrangement or the execution of a staged accident.
Accident Exchange immediately shared their information with the police, who linked it to their existing real accident helpline investigation.
It was the first solid piece of evidence that we had obtained. The rest of it was just claim forms from insurance companies. It was a eureka moment, dare I say, because it definitely linked these people and opened the door to their corrupt dealings with members of the public.
Tony and his team moved quickly to shut the fraud down by obtaining search warrants to raid the homes of Nash Bandy and Hillerman.
Inside of these home addresses, we found a large amount of cash. It was about £60,000 that we found, but it was in various bundles. People would hide money in their houses because they either don't trust the banks, which is very, very rare, or it's because it's ill-gotten gains.
They also raided the offices of Real Accident Helpline and found evidence of fraud in the shape of multiple claim forms. The police realised that Nash Bandy and Hillerman were processing fraudulent claims on an industrial scale.
Real Accident Helpline dealt with in the region of 250 accidents and up to 1,000 people. That affected about 20 insurers, and had those claims been paid, that would have represented a financial loss to the industry of about £6.5 million.
It was one of the biggest motor insurance frauds ever uncovered in the UK.
Ultimately, it was the greed and the arrogance of Nash Bandy and Hillerman that was their downfall.
Despite the overwhelming evidence against them, the two men initially pleaded not guilty when the case reached court. But Hillerman subsequently admitted his guilt.
Massey Nash Bandy, on the other hand, maintained his innocence. The case went to trial at Croydon Crown Court. At the end of a 5-week trial, and due to the sheer weight of evidence against him, a jury found him guilty of conspiracy to defraud. Massey Nash Bandy was given 7 years, 3 months, which I believe is still the longest sentence for a crash for cash kind of fraud. And Saboon Hillerman was given 4 years, 10 months.
It seems somewhat ironic that they actually chose to call their business Real Accident Helpline, given the vast majority of the 250 claims were actually for people that didn't exist and accidents that never happened.
IFED, the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, has raided an address in connection with a suspected motor insurance fraud case. They tracked down 2 suspects to a house and found potential evidence hidden in a bathroom and a baby's cot. But they're still on the hunt for the 3rd suspect. It's vital that he's apprehended as quickly as possible in case he tries to get rid of evidence or cover his tracks.
We're satisfied with what we've seized at this address, and we've got the 2 main suspects. However, there is a 3rd suspect who lives in the same street, and we do need to speak to him. So now we're going to go down and give him a knock and see what he's got to say.
Good morning, open up. It's police.
Hello, good morning. Sorry to disturb you, sir. I'm DC Einsman from City Police. We're looking to try and find whether a male lives here. Have you seen this man before? No, okay.
That address was of interest because the address has been used as part of the scam. But unfortunately for those people that are living there, and they've been there over a year, they're not part of it. So it's just a bit unfortunate for them. We've had to knock them up early, but that address does feature in the inquiry. But they haven't committed any offences, therefore we've taken it no further at this stage.
It turned out that the suspects in the first house had previously lived in the second house, which is why suspicious activity had been linked to that address. It's vital that IFED arrest the third suspect as quickly as possible to prevent them destroying evidence or skipping town. They hit the road to follow up a lead on a third address.
This is an address that has come up on a recent bit of intelligence that we've worked on. Same surname as the other people who have been arrested.
As soon as the door is opened, the IFED team spots someone they recognise.
Oh, you just come from the other address?
A boy from the first house who said he was leaving to go to school has instead turned up here, suggesting that the occupants of both houses are linked.
Can I come in and I'll explain to you?
Why were you running out the back door? Ask him why he was running out the back door.
All three of you.
There is a problem because he was running out the back door, so don't say there's no problem. If there was no problem, people don't run out the back door when the police knock at the front door.
The inhabitants deny any knowledge of the third suspect. They're asked to supply ID, which the IFED team cross-checks with a printout of the man's details. It looks like IFED has its man.
Just come over a minute. I'll explain what's going to happen. I'm from the City of London, please. Yes. Okay, and we're investigating insurance fraud.
Your blood?
A fraud. Yeah. Yeah, for motor car insurance. Car insurance.
Yes.
Okay. Right. I'm arresting you on suspicion of fraud by false representation. Yeah. Okay. You do not have to say anything, but it may help your defence if you do not mention one question, something we should outline in court.
Do this first.
Yeah.
We do this, please.
Overall, it's been a successful operation this morning. We found several items of evidence that will be crucial to the ongoing investigation. We set out to get 3 people. We've got those in custody. They'll now be interviewed back at the police station and the inquiry goes on.
Is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units. They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Police squad dedicated to stamping out insurance fraud executes an early morning raid.
Our job will be made easier if you tell us where your paperwork is. All right, we'll search the whole place.
A man who claims he's too disabled to work is caught lugging kitchen units at a warehouse.
It was quite galling. If it wasn't so serious, it would be humorous.
And a fraudulent claim for an old banger goes nowhere after the owner is caught providing fake photos.
One of the photographs that he'd supplied was a direct lift from the website of a Bentley dealership.
Building sites are known for strict health and safety regulations, but accidents do happen. In 2005, a fall from a vehicle like this resulted in a personal injury case so fiercely contested that it led to a change in the law. David Spencer from law firm Berryman's Lace Moore worked on the case. He started by looking into the man at the centre of the claim, Sean Summers.
He says that he slipped from a stacker truck, which is a kind of JCB type vehicle. The injuries that Sean sustained were a fracture to his wrist, which was relatively minor and relatively straightforward. The fracture to his ankle was quite serious. It required pins being put in and a second operation for a bone graft.
No one had witnessed the accident, and a judge ruled that Summers' employers, Fairclough Homes, were liable. The insurers would have to compensate him for any loss suffered as a result of the accident. And if Sean Summers' claims about the extent of his injuries were true, the losses would be considerable.
According to him, he couldn't walk without the aid of elbow crutches. He wasn't able to walk up and down stairs. He wasn't able to stand for long periods of time.
Just as serious was his assertion that he would never work again.
So his claim for loss of earnings for a man who was in his middle 20s was significant, into the many hundreds of thousands of pounds. And because he said that he was unlikely to fully recover from his injuries, he also said that he would continue to require care and services for the rest of his life.
The various costs came to a grand total of £838,000. But it seemed out of all proportion to the actual injuries he'd suffered.
We've seen similar and worse injuries where people have made a quicker and better recovery. And so one of the lines of inquiry is to make sure that the claimant is being honest in his presentation.
With this in mind, they decided there was only one option: surveillance. They approached Roger Bescaby, whose company specialises in covert surveillance, to work on the case. His operatives immediately got to work. It wasn't long before secret filming revealed a very different Sean Summers to the man he was purporting to be.
Here was a guy who was showing no signs of disability. There were certainly no walking aids in place. He boarded and alighted a vehicle very easily. And I think it was actually quite useful that we had such an accurate description of the guy, because it would be quite easy to sort of not believe this is the same person, given the level of injury that this chap was alleging.
We would have expected to see a man on crutches, unable to walk, being helped perhaps through the day. The way that he displayed himself on surveillance footage, he was perfectly fit and well, and the absolute opposite of what he described in his medical evidence.
And the revelations didn't end there.
He'd told his own medical expert that he wasn't able to work and hadn't worked since the day of the accident because of the horrific pain that he was in with his ankle. The surveillance immediately showed Mr. Summers was working.
We managed to film him loading and unloading a vast amount of kitchen units, domestic appliances to and from his vehicle. This involved him climbing in and out of the van. Once again, there was no apparent disability evident in our opinion, and certainly no walking aids being used.
Sean Summers was required to attend regular medical assessments in order to evaluate the level of injury and plan for his future treatment. Surveillance footage, which was recorded on the day of one medical assessment, shows Summers waiting outside the building while his wife fills in a questionnaire. His behaviour is particularly revealing.
Mr. Summers is seen on his crutches, but at one point is sitting on a step, but pushes off from the floor with his injured foot.
Sean Summers kept up the appearance of disability for the duration of the assessment, but as soon as he returned home, things changed.
An hour and a half later, we see Mr. Summers arrive home, shoe back on the injured foot, not using the crutches at all other than carrying him into the house.
Taken as a whole, the surveillance footage appeared to contradict the majority of Sean Summers' claim.
It was quite galling. If it wasn't so serious, it would be humorous. But we knew that this was a man who was claiming substantial damages for injuries that clearly weren't affecting him as badly as he said they were.
With the expectation that he would scale down his claim, the footage was sent to Summers' solicitors. Hearing that he'd been caught on camera seemed to have a dramatic effect.
He attended his general practitioner complaining of an acute stress reaction having been found out by the insurance company.
Eventually, the case reached court. Sean Summers adopted an unusual strategy when the surveillance footage was presented to the court.
Mr. Summers refused to accept that the surveillance evidence was anything other than showing him in a disabled state. At points it got ridiculous that despite the fact we saw him shopping in Tesco's, he said that he still couldn't go shopping.
Although there was strong evidence to suggest exaggeration, the judge was bound by legal precedents.
Even a lying and dishonest claimant was entitled to what was assessed to be the genuine part of his claim.
The judge had no option but to award Sean Summers a payout for his actual accident.
He calculated the claim to be worth in the region of £88,000.
Despite only being paid around 10% of his claim, Sean Summers still walked away with the best part of £90,000. But the defence didn't rest there, and they employed the services of renowned QC William Norris. They felt that the Sean Summers case highlighted an important legal issue.
Because the existing law was that if you claim 100% and even 90% is a fraud, as was the case here, you're still entitled to judgment for the 10%. And we wanted the law changed so the court recognised that it had a power to strike out the whole of the claim as to its entirety.
What they wanted to do was exceptional. They wanted the Supreme Court to change the law so that claimants got the message that if they were dishonest, they wouldn't get a penny.
You've been caught cheating. Your claim is dismissed in its entirety. Don't complain. If you don't like it, next time, just tell the truth.
The case was brought to the Supreme Court, and after a 2-day hearing, it came to a decision.
The Supreme Court heard legal argument and eventually handed judgment down, agreeing with the points that we made on the legal principle that where people use the court process and abuse the court process in a massive attempt to deceive, the entirety of their claim can be struck out.
It was a landmark ruling. From now on, claimants grossly exaggerating their injuries could have their whole claim thrown out of court, leaving them without a penny. The message for anyone who's tempted to inflate their claim is now loud and clear.
If they are the subject of a contempt of court case after the personal injury trial, they will be sent to prison.
So, although the ruling came after the case of Sean Summers, the payout of £88,000 he received may not have gone particularly far, as around £63,000 was deducted for state benefits. Things could have been very different if he tried an alternative approach.
If Mr. Summers had been genuine in his presentation and admitted that he'd tried to go back to work in some capacity, he would have actually never seen the inside of a courtroom. The likelihood is the insurance company would have negotiated settlement and paid him more money than the court eventually awarded.
So Sean Summers' strategy meant that he missed out on a larger amount of compensation, and his actions led to a Supreme Court ruling that has effectively changed the law.
The courts now have the tools available to them to strike out entire claims where claimants have been fraudulent or exaggerated their claim in a massive attempt to deceive.
Thanks to the ruling, people benefiting from exaggerated claims should be a thing of the past and will never again financially benefit from their greed. The police insurance fraud team finds a bundle of cash.
What's that for?
And a spectacular crash by an uninsured driver is caught on CCTV.
When we saw the footage, we thought this was a very strange accident. We don't see accidents like that very often at all.
Businessman Peter Webb ran a company that hired out vintage cars for happy couples on their wedding day. But heartbreak was in store for Webb when the latest addition to his fleet was stolen. He bought a 60-year-old Bentley Mark VI for around £3,700, spent £32,000 on renovations, and then insured it for a whopping £42,000. DC Declan Malone from the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department worked on the case. Suspicions were aroused when he looked into the circumstances of the theft.
Mr. Webb informed the police that his car had been stolen, that it was inside a locked garage, inside a locked compound. The only one that was broken into was the one that his Bentley was supposedly taken from.
In addition, the theft had occurred just 2 months after the car had been insured. And when the insurance company requested further information about the restoration, alarm bells began to ring.
They required some photographs of the stages of renovation work, which would only be natural to have been taken. He said that unfortunately for him, that wasn't possible as all the photographs were in the boot of the car at the time that it was stolen. It He was also asked to supply invoices for the renovation work that had been carried out, and he said unfortunately they were also in the boot of the car at the time that it was stolen.
The insurance company strongly suspected fraud and were querying the claim. Curiously, this appeared to jog Peter Webb's memory.
He then remembered that he'd managed to have some of the photographs captured on one of the computers that he'd given to one of his grandchildren, and he supplied those photographs to the insurance company.
But these images painted a different picture and confirmed that there was something seriously suspicious about the claim.
One of the photographs that he'd supplied was a direct lift from the website of a Bentley dealership.
He tried to pretend a photo of a pristine vintage Bentley he'd found on a website was a picture of his car. The insurance company immediately passed the case to the police. As part of the investigation, IFED went to the mechanic who'd recently performed an MOT on the car.
He said that the car that he MOT'd was in a tatty state, is how he described it. He didn't think that it was the same vehicle.
In addition, investigations revealed that the man who was said to have performed the extensive renovation work had since died and would have been far too ill to do the job. DC Declan Malone then asked renowned Bentley expert Ken Lee to look at the other photographs, and yet more inconsistencies were revealed.
We thought that the car in the photograph was a later dated car than the one that he purported to own. I think his was built in 1949 and the car in the photograph was 1952. And it's between 1950 and 1952 that the engine changed and the exhaust system changed, and that was the first giveaway. He unfortunately picked a car which was very different in its individual features from the one that he actually owned.
The car Peter Webb owned and the car in the photos were completely different. He'd pilfered pictures from the internet to pass off his shabby old banger as a pristine restoration job. He was hoping to collect £42,000 for a car worth a fraction of that price. But the most important piece of evidence was still to come. The truth behind the other photo revealed just how far he'd been prepared to go with his fraud.
Mr. Webb had taken out a Bentley from a Bentley dealership for a test drive. He'd been allowed to use the vehicle for about half an hour, during which time he fitted it with false plates and had photographs taken.
He then supplied the photo to the insurance company, claiming it was of his own car. By now, IFED had overwhelming evidence of fraud, and the case proceeded to court.
Initially, he pleaded not guilty, and it wasn't until right up until the day before the trial that he actually pleaded guilty. Mr. Webb was fined £10,000 or to pay £1,375 in compensation to the insurance company, £1,000 costs, plus a £15 victim surcharge. If Mr. Webb defaults on the £10,000 fine, he's been given 6 months imprisonment.
Despite going to some effort to provide fake photos, Peter Webb was unable to cheat his way to a fraudulent payout and has ended up with a criminal record and a huge fine. Combating the ever-increasing threat of insurance fraud is an elite police squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
The primary aim of IFED is to start taking disruptive action against those criminals who are intent on committing crime in relation to insurance. It's that defrauding that's raising the premium from everyone in this country.
They've made over 300 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims, money which ultimately goes back into our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
We'll do intelligence gathering, sometimes surveillance on individuals, sometimes a lot of detailed research in the background. We'll decide when the time is right to take down people, and that means often execute search warrants where necessary. We'll force entry into premises if we think evidence could be lost. In only 18 months, we've arrested over 300 people. We will start to see a reduction in the insurance fraud in this country, which is ultimately what we're aiming for. It's highly likely now, if you commit any insurance fraud, you will get caught.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
At any one time, IFED's officers are juggling multiple ongoing investigations. Another one of DC Declan Malone's cases has reached the point where the team is ready to stage a raid. He believes that a specific traffic incident relates to a suspected motor insurance fraud. DC Malone and the team have hit the road early, so they can pay a visit to the man at the centre of the case.
Going to the home address of a taxi driver who was carrying 5 juveniles when he, we believe, induced an accident whereby he slammed on his brakes and a marked police vehicle went into the rear of him.
After the accident, claims for personal injury were then allegedly made on behalf of the juveniles who'd been in the taxi, but without their permission or the permission of their parents. The suspicion is that a third party was potentially fraudulently making the claims with the intention of lining their own pockets. Other raids are taking place simultaneously, which are focused on third-party suspects believed to be connected to the potential fraud.
So we're going along now this morning to see if we can arrest this guy and see what he's got to say.
The team has also obtained a warrant so they can search his house.
Today we're looking for evidence of association to see if he's got connections either with the other individuals that are being arrested elsewhere and also claims management company.
The IFED team never knows what lies in store on a raid, so today the local police force is providing backup. They gather outside the house, taking care to cover all possible exits. Suspects have been known to flee or try and destroy evidence, so it's important to try and minimise the chance of this happening.
Good morning. We're police officers. Is Mr. please?
Yes, it's me.
I need to talk to him. Could you wake him up for me, please?
Come on.
Is that okay? Can we come in? Yeah,
It's early in the morning, and the suspect is just getting up. He's immediately arrested.
I understand that. So the time by my watch is now 2 minutes past 7. So if you did put on your trousers, but I need to watch it. Yeah. So once you get dressed, we'll explain the rest to you, all right? Yeah.
With the suspect located and detained within minutes, it's been a successful start to the raid. But the team needs to get the search underway as soon as possible.
If you tell us where your paperwork is what we're looking for.
Sorry?
Your paperwork, any insurance documents or anything like that.
It's much simpler and quicker if the suspect cooperates, but he initially seems hesitant.
All right, no problem. We'll search the whole place.
No. The papers are in. I will look in if you can find anything which you are looking for.
Yeah.
In there. Anything.
Before being taken away for further questioning at a local police station, the suspect is asked to empty his pockets of anything he doesn't need.
And we'll walk in.
Yeah.
It turns out he's carrying a huge bundle of cash.
We've found £1,000 in cash. We've spoken with the person who's been arrested.
The IFED team decides not to look into the money there and then, preferring to investigate it at a later date.
At this moment in time, because you're arrested, we're going to take you to the police station while we are here searching the premises. Anything we take, we'll record down and we'll leave a receipt here with you.
Yeah, no.
If we'll take him away then, we'll conduct our search, yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Finally, the suspect is on his way. He'll be questioned at a local police station, and the interview will form an important part of the investigation. Meanwhile, the search gets underway in earnest inside the property. The team don protected gloves so that they don't contaminate any potential evidence.
Okay, gentlemen, we know what we're looking for, yeah? Yeah. Any sort of documentation.
All right, we'll start upstairs then.
Okay. We're looking for things that associate him with the accident that we're investigating. We're also looking for articles that will associate him with the others who have been arrested. Diaries, hopefully, telephones, storage devices that may have the other suspects' details on them as well. We may have sketch plans of accidents that have been induced, and anything really that may link him with that type of lifestyle. That's the vehicle that was involved in.
DC Declan Malone immediately makes a useful discovery.
Yeah, I've just found a DVLA form, which is the taxi that was involved in the collision. It's a copy of that, which ties him into the vehicle.
It's important to back up the case with supporting documentation. There's also a copy of a report made to the local council about the accident at the centre of the case.
It ties him in with the occurrence that we're investigating. There's nothing on its own that's going to hang it. He obviously, if he maintains his story, that it was a genuine accident, that's the kind of thing that we would expect to see.
It seems that this isn't the first personal injury claim connected to the suspect.
It's only a previous claim that he'd made for personal injury, but he hadn't pursued.
The vehicle at the centre of the case is parked outside the residence, and it's not long before it too yields possible evidence.
We're actually looking for documentation from insurance companies. We're also looking for mobile phones which may contain evidence. And as you can see, there's two in the glove box of this vehicle.
It's just a handwritten letter describing an accident where a cyclist rode into a car. It forms part of the investigation and might lead to further inquiries that need to be investigated at a later date.
Back inside, there's further potential evidence that the suspect has been involved in previous insurance claims.
Yeah, we've got a few bits and pieces that obviously tie him in, into the vehicle, and we've got some other documentation that we found where the vehicle has been involved in a previous similar accident that it would seem as though it's been paid out for.
It's just reference another road traffic collision that happened. It looks like he's a witness to it. So it may be nothing, but it's obviously another road traffic collision around the similar sort of time to the road traffic collision that we were looking at. And we'll be able to find the paperwork for it and just check and see exactly what it was all about.
IFED is turning up evidence of a number of previous collisions. The information will be fed into the investigation to see how it fits into the bigger picture. DC Malone then finds something concerning the suspect's financial situation.
Indicates the amount of debt that he's in, really.
The search is drawing to a close, and DC Declan Malone reflects on how the raid has gone.
We managed to arrest the person that we were after. We've conducted a search of his home address. We've come up with some documentation that links him to the vehicle that was involved in the report-induced collision. We've also got some documentation that shows that that vehicle was involved in other collisions previously. We'll just see what he's got to say with regard to the accident. He'll be bailed after we've interviewed him, and he'll be interviewed on another occasion when all the available evidence will be put to him.
It's been a long day, but the search has turned up a variety of potential evidence. IFED is determined to win the fight against fraud, and will do whatever it takes to stop criminals whose greed adds to the rising cost of insurance policies, an offence that costs all of us money and endangers the lives of innocent road users. Claims handlers in the next case were immediately alerted by the short space of time between motor insurance being taken out and a claim being made. Richard Davies is head of fraud at AXA UK.
We first heard about the policy around about 20 to 4 on the 24th of November, so less than 12 hours afterwards we had an accident reported to us. When we've got a small gap between a policy being taken out and a claim being reported, it often rings alarm bells inside an insurer.
As part of the claims procedure, the policyholder was asked to describe the accident.
They clipped the wing mirrors of another car that they were passing, and then in reversing back to talk to the person they'd had an accident with, they collided with another vehicle, and that had caused the vehicle to roll over.
It was a serious accident that had caused a lot of expensive damage to several vehicles. The investigation into the claim revealed further cause for concern.
The credit card payment which we took to pay for the policy bounced.
It was then that the insurer was alerted to a piece of evidence which blew apart the claimant's story: CCTV.
When we saw the footage, we thought this was a very strange accident. We don't see accidents like that very often at all. The CCTV footage actually came from the third party whose vehicle had been damaged as our policyholder reversed back into them. They worked in an education institution which had CCTV cameras at the doors, and the timestamps on that film told us when and where the accident actually occurred.
The accident had been reported to the insurer on the 25th of November. The claimant said the accident had happened the day before, on the 24th of November at 3:45, just 5 minutes after the policy had been taken out at 3:40. However, the CCTV told a different story.
The timestamp on that said the accident took place at 3:15 on the 24th of November. So in essence, the accident has taken place before the policy existed.
The next step was for the company to go back to the claimant with the CCTV evidence.
When we challenged the policyholder about this, they failed to respond to any of the questions that we asked them. We sent her a questionnaire and we've yet to receive any response.
Needless to say, the insurers didn't pay out on the policy.
This was a really bold attempt at insurance fraud. The policyholder knew they didn't have a policy. They took it out knowing that they were going to submit a claim, and we're very lucky to have caught them at it.
Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
There's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those conmen, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the Met Traffic Unit collars some suspected fraudsters on an early morning raid.
Do you work here, though?
I don't work
You seem quite at home. You're caught up and things.
A lost dog at the centre of a pet insurance claim makes a remarkable comeback.
Another local vet has just contacted me for the veterinary history of that dog that supposedly was washed off the cliff because it's just been registered with them.
And a crash for cash gang is caught out trying to tangle with a truck.
Experience tells you when you're viewing footage that some things are not quite right.
This busy station is in Middlesbrough, in the northeast of England. Thousands of passengers pass through its bustling foyer every day. In the summer of 2011, it was the scene of a dangerous accident that led to a large insurance claim. Here's the man in question, moments before he fell and suffered serious injury. Lee Ingram from First Group's Transportation Claims Division worked on the case.
He's alleging that as he is walking across the foyer, he has tripped in a gap, which he is describing as a defect on the floor, fallen over and injured himself. The gentleman is alleging that from this particular trip, he has sustained injuries to his head, causing an open head wound. Subsequently, he's then alleging that he has sustained dizzy spells and succumbed to headaches. This is some 2 months after the incident. He's still got headaches and suffering from dizziness.
His ongoing health problems indicated that this had been no minor accident.
He's describing a traumatic head injury. Head injuries are always something we would be concerned about. Often concussion is not immediately apparent to the person who sustained the concussion. Head injuries can also lead to cognitive issues which will impair function, possible speech issues, and maybe loss of short-term or long-term memory. So they're always something we will investigate seriously.
It was a potentially life-changing injury, but when transportation claims went to call up the accident report, they found that there wasn't one.
The gentleman concerned alleges that he did not report this particular incident to anyone because the station ticket office was closed and there was no one around for him to report to at the time.
It was clear that the case needed further investigation. Luckily, the station is covered by CCTV, and the cameras had captured everything from that evening. Immediately before the accident, the man is seen to cross the foyer. He then falls over in a dramatic manner.
When you see what has transpired in this particular footage, it makes you suddenly start thinking, well, this is a bit strange.
What they saw on camera made Lee and his team suspicious.
And you would expect in this type of fall for someone to fall forward quite quickly. The first reaction when you take a fall like that is to put your arms out to break your fall. We don't see that in this situation.
Instead, the footage raises serious questions.
We see the chap immediately going to hold his head before he hits the fall, suggesting that he may well be trying to break his fall because he knew it was coming.
What's more, the footage shows numerous other passengers encountering no difficulty with the alleged defect in the floor tiling.
We see around about 15 people walking over, around and across, some people even standing in the actual area where this person is alleging he's tripped. Just the sheer number that walk over it would suggest it wasn't the issue that the claimant is making it out to be.
And the discrepancies didn't stop there. The claimant alleged that he didn't report the incident because there were no station staff around. But this was disproved.
When you look at the footage, you will see a number of people wearing high-vis jackets, which would have been station employees that he could have reported this particular fall to.
But that's not all that's revealed by the footage. Perhaps the most telling piece of evidence was right at the beginning of the tape. A little girl is seen scooting around the foyer.
And at one stage, she runs over the tile, dislodging one of the tiles. She stops a little bit further on, turns round, and goes and replaces the tile where it's come from, obviously showing that there is a loose tile in the foyer.
Significantly, this all happens within view of the claimant.
Preceding the fall, you will see the gentleman walk towards the defect, take a deliberate look at it, walk on past it, lengthening his stride so he can actually step over the area in question. He then walks towards the foyer, he turns round at the stairs, walks back towards the area, and you can visibly see him deviate to the left so that he can place his right foot deliberately into the area concerned. He does stumble forward as if his legs have been taken away from him. I think he's given a great performance. He possibly could have won awards for that.
Transportation Claims felt they had all the evidence they needed to strike out the claimant's demand for compensation. They sent the CCTV to the claimant's solicitors and waited for a response.
2 years on, we've still not had a response from them as to whether they're withdrawing their claim, so we'll take it as read that they actually are. For him to think he can get away with this sort of thing is quite naive and bordering on ridiculous.
A dodgy vet is caught cashing in on treatments for pets that never existed.
The only element of truth was the fact that the vet who was submitting the invoices for this expensive treatment was a real vet.
A Met Traffic Unit raid on an accident management company turns up a truckload of potential evidence.
There are multiple registration documents, hundreds and hundreds of insurance claim forms, the usual mobile phones that are used in the claims. Basically, it's a gold mine.
This is the home of the Met Traffic Unit. Set up in 2010, this specialist department is dedicated to reducing the number of traffic-related deaths, injuries and crimes on the streets of the capital.
We search for people who are wanted for serious offences. My team have made 300 arrests in the last 2.5 years, which is around about 50 operations. Every one of those operations will have resulted in a prosecution.
Their aim is to make our roads as safe as possible. Criminal gangs operating insurance scams are responsible for the rise of a terrifying new danger on our roads: crash for cash. DI Dave Hindmarsh of the Met Traffic Unit is once again spearheading the initiative to stop the gangs in their tracks.
You have the most serious types of cash for crash, which is the induced collision. And this is primarily where criminal gang members go out onto the roads with two cars. They'll drive in tandem looking for their victim. They'll position themselves in front, and then the decoy car, which will be the lead car, will brake hard. That gives the middle car, the one that they want to be damaged, a reason to brake, catch their victim out, and they'll run into the back. And that is a typical cash for crash scenario. The insurance industry have estimated that it costs them somewhere in the range of £392 million per year, but I think it's probably bigger than that. It is an extremely dangerous way of earning some money because you are putting innocent members of the public at risk. Cash for crash gangs will target commercial vehicles for the simple reason is they're insured. They know they're going to be insured, and that's what they want. They don't want to cause a crash with someone who might not be insured.
Because fraudsters go after commercial fleet vehicles, some insurance companies like Towergate have taken the innovative step of supplying fleet vehicles with forward-facing cameras.
That is one of the cameras that we use. As you can see, it's quite small, and we sight them behind the rearview mirror.
But it's not the size that's important.
Towergate introduced them as a method of determining legal liability following an accident. We see what the driver sees.
The cameras certainly prove their worth in the case of a collision on a busy A road in July 2010. One of their vehicles had hit the car in front. It sounded like a standard rear-end shunt, but the footage revealed something more sinister. They passed it to DI Hindmarsh.
In the footage, what you see is a blue Mercedes and a black VW Golf. The black VW Golf is the decoy car, the car that's there to give the blue Mercedes a reason to brake. And effectively, the footage shows the two vehicles manoeuvring themselves in front of the lorry, and at the last moment, the black Golf brakes hard, turns left into a side road, causing the blue Mercedes to brake and stop, and the lorry crashes into the back with some significant rear damage.
Experience tells you when you're viewing footage that some things are not quite right.
It's quite a large impact. Now, the people involved in this are almost stunt drivers because I've watched that bit of footage several times, and at the last moment, just before impact, the driver of the Mercedes comes off the brakes and turns the steering wheel to the left. So therefore, he is hit, but he's almost pushed out of the way and round the corner rather than being pushed into incoming traffic.
The shocking footage had actually captured a crash for cash gang in action, and the investigation eventually uncovered a huge web of criminality stretching across the country.
The decoy car, the black Golf that you see in the footage, the driver came from Luton. The Mercedes that you see getting damaged, the owner of that car lives in London. One of the passengers in the car lived in Manchester, and the claims management company that were going to handle some of the aspect of this claim were in South Yorkshire.
The Met Traffic Unit investigated the main players seen in the footage.
We knew who the owner of the Mercedes was, and it was a matter of finding out who his associates were. Ansab Rizwan was the managing director of an accident management company in Yorkshire. His brother, Isham Gondal, was a passenger in the Mercedes, and Tariq Mahmood, we identified, was the driver of the decoy car.
Dave Hindmarsh and his team had enough evidence to launch a full-scale investigation.
It resulted in the accident management company in Yorkshire being the subject of a search warrant, and we searched the premises and took all the files. That highlighted a number of other collisions in London, Manchester, and around the sort of the Luton, Bedfordshire area.
The suspects were arrested, and the case eventually came to court.
They all pleaded guilty. Tarek Mahmood was seen as the most serious of the people concerned. You know, he was the one that caused the crashes at the end of the day. He got 12 months imprisonment. Ansab Rizwan and his brother Ilisham Gondel, they received suspended sentences and 180 hours unpaid work. And Nasser Khan, who was the gentleman who had allowed his car to be used, he received a community order as a result. So people who previously hadn't been in trouble with the police before have now got criminal records, and some have gone to prison.
The sentences reflected the seriousness of the crime.
Crash for cash at the end of the day risks injuring innocent people in a staged road accident.
It's a very real danger. In February 2013, a gang was jailed for their role in the tragic death of a young woman caught up in a crash for cash accident.
If a lot more commercial vehicles and even private cars were fitted with cameras, it would be a massive use to ourselves and the insurance companies.
We think of the UK as a nation of animal lovers, but unscrupulous fraudsters are exploiting our furry friends in order to line their pockets. Disturbing figures from the Association of British Insurers show pet insurance fraud quadrupled from £420,000 in 2009 to almost £2 million in 2010. Simon Wheeler is Managing Director of Agria Pet Insurance. He reviewed a claim for a payout for a missing dog.
It was a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. It was nearly 4 years old.
The claimant contacted the company to explain what had happened to the poor pooch.
The policyholder and the dog had been in Cornwall, near the seaside, and the dog had been washed out to sea off a rock, and that was the last the policyholder saw of the dog. This is quite obviously traumatic for the owner because in the claim form she was very upset and the dog had been washed out to sea in front of her eyes and she hadn't got it back.
Despite the heartbreak of losing the dog, the policyholder would receive a silver lining in the form of a payout and promptly sent through the documentation in support of the claim.
The claim form was completed by the policyholder and the full veterinary section was completed as well by her local vet.
As part of the claims procedure, Agria contacted the veterinary practice associated with the dog to check the animal had been registered with them and that the vet who signed the form worked there.
The veterinary practice instantly said, yes, this is one of our patients, and that this vet works at the practice. That vet at the time who had signed the claim form was on holiday when we contacted them, though. Nothing really led us to suggest that there was fraudulent activity on this claim, and indeed we settled the claim. Fairly low value for £300.
But then Agria were contacted by the vet who had just returned from her holiday.
She was pretty confident that she hadn't filled out the claim form, she hadn't signed the claim form because, as far as she was concerned, if she couldn't identify the pet and that the pet had died, she wouldn't have signed a veterinary certificate to say that it had died.
The claim form was faxed through to the vet who confirmed that it wasn't her signature and pointed out another discrepancy.
The practice stamp that had been included on the claim form actually wasn't their practice stamp. So more than likely the policyholder had a stamp made up to add that level of authenticity to the claim.
It seemed clear that Agria was dealing with a fraudulent claim. Although they'd gone to some lengths to create a genuine-looking form, they had totally underestimated the insurer's determination to stamp out fraud.
We went back to the policyholder and said, we believe you're acting fraudulently, we've been in contact with the veterinary practice, and they didn't complete this claim form at all. Very shortly afterwards, we got a cheque in the post from the policyholder for the £300, a letter of explanation to say that somebody in the policyholder's household had completed the claim form and submitted it fraudulently.
But the whole shaggy dog story didn't end there. 4 months later, Agria were contacted again by the dog's vet, who had uncovered a staggering new development.
She rang up and said, you're not going to believe this. Another local vet has just contacted me for the veterinary history of that dog that supposedly was washed off the cliff because it's just been registered with them.
It appeared that the dog had never been washed off a rock and drowned. It was alive and well and had just registered with a new vet. It's one thing for owners to attempt to pull the wool over insurers' eyes, but what really gives pause for thought is the behaviour of dishonest vets. Detective Constable Alex Cooley from IFED, the City of London's Police Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, worked on one such case. his team was alerted to a pet insurance claim for veterinary work that appeared suspicious.
We first received a referral from one of the insurance companies who had spotted the discrepancy between the work being claimed for by the vet and the fact that that type of work wasn't carried out by that particular practice.
It didn't add up, and IFED carried out further inquiries.
And we identified another insurance company who had 4 suspicious claims coming from the same vet.
The man in question was Francisco Cruz, a vet working at a practice in Norfolk.
We were looking at 5 claims in total involving both cats and dogs who were alleged to have chewed pieces of plastic, leading to medical difficulties and requiring expensive surgery. So on average, the claims were coming out at about £2,500.
The fact that all 5 claims were for a type of surgery that didn't take place at Cruz's workplace seemed suspicious, but more evidence was needed. When they looked into the identities of the policyholders, it seemed that they had the proof that they were after.
The names that he was using were a sort of hodgepodge of members of his close family, but also his friends and even children of his friends. Couldn't detect any particular reason behind that other than sort of imaginative laziness.
It turned out that every detail about the claims was false, even the pets themselves.
The only element of truth was the fact that the vet was a real vet. So the vet was forging his own invoices in respect of work which was never carried out. And then he was making claims against the policies that he had totally made up concerning these fake pets.
Cruz was abusing his position as a vet to pass off fake claims, but he hadn't covered his tracks, and the IFED team had enough evidence to arrest him. Cruz's motivation was clearly financial.
And in order to pay off certain debts, he was making a fake claim at about a rate of 1 every year. In total, he made £10,000 from his offending.
The case eventually reached court, and Cruz was found guilty. He was sentenced to a suspended 8-month jail term, 200 hours community service, and ordered to pay £10,000 compensation. But perhaps the greatest cost is to Cruz's professional reputation. Gordon Hockey is head of legal services at the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, the body that regulates every vet in the UK.
All vets on becoming members make a declaration, in effect, to put the animals and the public first. And where veterinary surgeons are dishonest, commit insurance fraud, that's clearly not putting animals first and not putting the public first. And so it is taken seriously by the college. The vast majority of vets are law-abiding and are honest. So this happens very rarely. The most severe sanction that the RCVS can impose on a veterinary surgeon is to take their name off the register, to strike them off the register, which means that they can't practice and they therefore can't earn a living as a veterinary surgeon.
Today, the Metropolitan Police Traffic Unit has assembled for a briefing about a raid they're about to carry out on an accident management company.
Basically, Operation is around the accident management company. The Insurance Fraud Bureau have identified several claims which can be described as suspicious circumstances. We need to do a bit of investigation into the legitimacy of the claims that seem to be handling.
They've been given a tip-off by the Insurance Fraud Bureau.
Basically, today the intention will be to execute a search warrant at the address.
Accident management companies process claims on behalf of victims of road traffic accidents. They organise hire vehicles, refer cases to lawyers, and manage personal injury claims. Unfortunately, there are many examples of accident management companies acting fraudulently by inventing or inflating claims. The Met Traffic Unit is planning to execute a search warrant on the premises of an accident management company in the hope of collecting evidence to support their case of suspected fraud. Once they've arrived at the location, they identify the premises and then move in as quickly as possible to make sure no one escapes or tries to hide vital evidence.
Hello mate, got any ID on it? Yes. Okay.
The first thing they do is ask everyone for ID. The officers need to work out who's a client and who's an employee. But some of the people in the office appear to be holding back.
I know how old I am, huh? Why don't you know how old you are?
I'm not 32 then.
You're sure you're 32?
Yeah, 32.
Yeah, you're not going to change it?
No.
No? Okay.
Others seem to be confused about their role at the company.
What's your position here?
Yeah, it's my brother's company.
It's your brother's company?
Yeah.
But do you work here, though?
I don't work
You
here.
seem quite at home with your coat off and stuff like
Sorry?
that. You seem quite at home with your coat off and things.
I'm looking after him.
After who?
I'm looking after my brother's work.
Oh, you're looking after... So you do work here?
Yeah, sometime I come here.
That's what I said. I said, do you work here?
No,
You said no.
I don't work.
Yeah.
I sometimes come here, see the things.
The traffic unit needs to speak to the owner, but he isn't in the office and has left his brother in charge.
It's just that I class this as what you've said as working here.
Sorry?
I class what you've said as you working here.
No, I'm
You're
not
not just a
working.
person that's just coming off the street, are you?
No.
No, that's the point I'm trying to
No
say, yeah?
problem, no
Yeah, we'll let you keep things simple, all right? It just takes longer if we don't.
No problem.
Do you understand that, yeah?
Eventually, everyone has been checked and identified, and most are allowed to leave. The job of collecting evidence can now get underway. As the team go through the premises, the sheer size of the task becomes apparent. The office is stuffed full of cupboards and filing cabinets.
It's one of the offices at the moment. Eventually we'll be taking all the files out and we'll look at it at a later stage. When we've got a bit more time to spread it all out, we can't do it at the scene. It's just totally impractical.
Yeah, basically we're just systematically going through bagging up all the property, so we don't miss anything, and obviously for continuity as well. It does take a bit of time, but it's something which has got to be done properly.
Yes.
7 mobile telephones.
The mobile phones could be an important piece of evidence for a number of reasons.
You can get lots of details off them. You can link them into different collisions, different false claims, and you can also get an idea of who's working here and whose phone it ultimately belongs to. Obviously, once they've been examined, then we'll find out exactly what their involvement is. It may well be quite innocent, but you don't normally find bags of mobile phones lying around.
The owner of the company belatedly arrives at the scene.
The guy sitting behind me with a baseball cap is in fact the owner of the premises. He's heard what's been going on because obviously his brother was here when we first entered the premises, and he's obviously come along to see what's going on, see us taking away his business.
It's important to follow up all the suspected evidence, and that includes keys to cars being stored or used for hire.
Everything centres around the fact that some of the claims for car hires, car hiring, storage and that are believed to be fraudulent, so any of the vehicles are probably part of that as well. They're part of the overall potentially criminal enterprise that we're looking at. 30 keys here, but there could be more.
So far, DC Tony Reckier is pleased with how well the raid is going.
Well, we basically found things that we were looking for. There are multiple registration documents, hundreds and hundreds of insurance claim forms, the usual mobile phones that are used in the claims. Basically, it's a gold mine.
DI Dave Hindmarsh has arrived at the location to oversee proceedings.
The team have come down to execute a search warrant, and as a result there's been a large amount of property seized from the premises. The intention is a lorry will arrive and we will load all of the seized property onto the lorry, and in our leisure we will sift through it to see which bits are evidence and which bits are not.
The team isn't taking any chances and has seized a huge volume of potential evidence, leaving the office practically bare.
It's been several months in the planning to get to the stage that we are now, meticulously looking through records and investigating in the background before we came out today.
The challenge is now to take it away safely.
4 crates, that's exactly what we're dealing with here, loads of property.
Once the crates are full, the team moves on to the next stage in the process.
They're just heat shrinking the packages to ensure the continuity and integrity of the exhibits. If they're heat shrinked at the scene, it's all documented. Nobody will say that it's been tampered with or anything's been added or taken away. It's all been documented what's gone in. So it's a good way of keeping stuff together. It will stay that way until they get opened and re-examined at a later stage.
It's a really satisfying moment, this, watching all the bags being sealed up. We've got 2 large crates that have been sealed up now, and 3 filing cabinets all full of files.
The sheer volume of work that's needed to trawl through the suspected evidence is proof of the Met Traffic Unit's commitment to stamping out fraud. They'll stop at nothing to make our roads safe. UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
There's a subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled, dedicated police units.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act. And claim and shame. It's man versus the food aisle, as a trip leads to a huge personal injury claim.
There is a more sinister underlying background to this.
A specialist fraud-busting force are on the hunt for two men suspected of defrauding a charity.
This particular case is quite unpleasant.
And a 13-ton fire truck is blamed for wrecking a car.
Personally, I think it's a disgrace. It's sickening.
Supermarket shopping, you know what it's like. So many choices, mayonnaise, no, bread. Where are the peaches? Oh, half-price toothpaste. But watch your step. Before you know it, you've tripped over the debris left on a floor by a careless shelf stacker. This is a supermarket in Northern Ireland. The man on the floor, Daniel Braniff, looks to be in a lot of pain. That's because he's just taken a hard fall in this food aisle. The culprit, some of this.
The allegation was that he fell over some plastic banding in the shop.
What had started out as a trip to the supermarket was now going to end up as a visit to A&E.
He went to the hospital and sought treatment for this soft tissue injury to his left side.
With an injury that could potentially hinder him for months, the crocked Daniel Braniff decided to make a claim against the supermarket.
Mr. Braniff brought the claim to our attention the day after the alleged incident. Slipping in a supermarket is not uncommon, and it's why supermarkets pay a lot of attention to ensuring that their aisles are clean and clear.
It seemed the supermarket Braniff had been shopping in hadn't been so diligent with its tidiness. It was looking like a potentially costly mistake. Daniel Braniff submitted a £12,000 injury claim against him. And he had a piece of physical evidence to support his claim, in the form of the plastic strap, which he'd scooped up after the accident. Solid evidence or not, the claim would have to be thoroughly checked. The expert handlers of the insurance company dealing with the case set about their work. Very soon, alarm bells were ringing. The insurance company felt that this claim needed a closer look. They requested to see the CCTV footage from the supermarket at the time of the incident.
In the footage, you'll see Mr. Braniff talking on his mobile phone and walking around the store.
All fairly innocuous. But when Daniel Braniff finishes his phone call, his actions take a bizarre twist.
When we first saw the video containing Mr. Braniff's accident, frankly, we couldn't believe that he had the effrontery to make a claim for this.
That's because the footage does not reveal Daniel Braniff innocently walking into the plastic hazard in front of him, as his claim would have you believe. Instead, it shows this. Braniff, fully aware of the plastic strapping on the floor, executing an extremely unconvincing trick.
There's no sophistication to this attempted fraud at all. It is really quite comical.
The whole farce begins 40 seconds before the trip. The CCTV footage shows Braniff exiting the aisle, at which point he treads on the packaging. Instantly, he puts his devious plan into action.
It's quite clear that in the video he carefully tries to maneuver a piece of plastic banding around his foot, and when he's quite comfortable that nobody is looking, he then falls over. We immediately decided not to pay this claim and took Mr Braniff to the police service of Northern Ireland, where we alleged that he had attempted to defraud us and ultimately the supermarket.
Appearing in court, Daniel Braniff pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 4 months in custody, suspended for 3 years and fined £250.
When we saw the footage, it was one of those that drew people around to look at it. But there is a more sinister underlying background to this, because ultimately this person is making a substantial claim for damages against the supermarket and ultimately the insurer, and it is clear out-and-out fraud.
Any wannabe fraudsters should tread very carefully. In the next few months, a register of convicted fraudsters is being rolled out. Accessible to every major insurance company in Britain, anyone on the list might find it a lot harder to get cheap insurance.
People should think again before they get tempted to do this, because the consequences are they will get prosecuted and their name will be put on the insurance fraud register, which will impact them in the future.
Insurance fraud is on the rise, and if you have insurance of any kind, you're footing the bill. But the fraudsters better watch their backs.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
Through a combination of investigation, industry connections and the element of surprise, they've made over 300 arrests and stopped millions of pounds from going to the criminals, money which ultimately goes back in our pockets.
It's highly likely now, if you commit any insurance fraud, you will get caught.
It's 6 a.m. and 2 IFED teams are on the roll. The 2 teams are 90 miles apart, but both heading to raid locations linked to a single bank account. Head of IFED DCI David Wood is attending the operation.
We're on our way to our suspect's address. There's another car with 2 officers that are going to meet us nearby. This particular case is quite unpleasant because the victims are actually a children's charity.
The charity has had its bank account details stolen. Whoever stole them is now using the account to purchase motor vehicle insurance. Despite living in different cities, the 2 men being targeted by IFED today are both suspected of using the same charity bank account details.
It's particularly unpleasant, this one. However, we must remain professional.
DCI Wood's team arrive at the raid location at 6:15.
We're never exactly sure who's going to be there when we get there, but obviously we do our checks, and this guy should be there with his family, but we don't know, so we've got to be on our toes. That was Mum or... That's the IFED knock on the door.
From the City of London, please. Yes. Okay, I'm looking for...
The man who has opened the door is not the suspect.
Okay, and I believe that he resides here. Yes, yeah. Is he around at the moment?
DCI Wood's suspicions are confirmed. The suspect does live at the property, but despite it being 6:20 a.m, he's not in.
We've made contact with him via telephone, and it's hoped that we're going to meet him very shortly. He won't give us his current location. However, we're keen to speak to him, and we're hoping that he's going to be with us. It's now at 6:25. By 8 o'clock, we'll be speaking to him, fingers crossed. But unfortunately now we're in his hands a little bit because we don't know exactly where he is.
"90 miles away, the other IFED team is closing in on its raid address.
We're all travelling now in convoy to the address where we hope to find our suspects. We're just going to be knocking on the address here, where we expect the suspect to be.
Good morning. How are you? What's your name?
The The suspect in this address is also under investigation for purchasing insurance using the same stolen details of the same charity bank account.
Just to make sure nobody else is here. The team is just checking upstairs now to see if anybody else is upstairs and see if our suspect's here.
Come through here, Goodman. Right, as I said, I'm from the City of London Police, from the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, okay, in the Economic Crime in the City of London Police. What we're here for today is an inquiry in relation to an insurance policy that was taken out with fraudulent bank details. Okay. Right, and we don't believe that the person who took that policy out, the car was registered to you, it was your vehicle, taken out over the internet. We don't believe that that person had permission to use the bank details to take out that policy, okay? I believe that you're responsible for that, and as such, I'm arresting you for fraud by false representation. You do not have to say anything that may harm your defence. We do not mention or question something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
Ifed is closing in on its target. The man on the left is very angry, and with good reason. He's just had a very frightening experience. He was in the passenger seat of the black car when a fire engine smashed into it.
He claimed that we hit his vehicle with sufficient force to actually lift it up off the ground, push it towards the pumps on the station forecourt, and as a result of that heavy collision caused him whiplash injuries.
A fire engine is not the kind of vehicle you want to tangle with. The average fire engine is 7 metres long, 2.5 metres wide, and weighs in at a hefty 13 tonnes. It's easy to understand how a behemoth like this could wreck a car and damage your neck in one swipe.
Immediately after the crash, 2 men came over to our vehicle. Our driver and the officer in charge of the vehicle got out, had a word with them, had a look at the damage to their vehicle and the minor damage to our vehicle, exchanged all our insurance details, and then we basically got back on the fire engine and left the scene.
The claimant's whiplash wasn't going away, and there were further complications to come.
He claimed injury to his neck, his shoulders, which was quite severe for the first 2 months. They lasted 7 months in total. He also claimed he'd suffered psychiatric injury and had flashbacks for 3 to 4 weeks, and he was anxious driving his vehicle for a total period of 4 months.
The severely inconvenienced crash victim decided to make a claim against the Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service.
That claim was valued about £10,000, taking into account his damages, his own solicitor's costs and the cost to the Greater Manchester Fire Service.
It was an annoying situation for the fire service. Because it self-insures, the £10,000 was going to have to come out of its own pockets.
This isn't something whereby the insurers are being affected by it. It's actually the public organisation that's being affected by it. And any kind of money that goes out of the organisation without good cause will have an impact ultimately on frontline services.
Before the £10,000 could be paid out, as standard, the Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service needed to check their own incident report against the claim.
There were some inconsistencies with the claim which caused us to look at it in detail. The fire engine suffered minor cosmetic damage to the handle of the locker and the front indicator. The firefighters hardly noticed the incident at all. They only became aware of it when they heard the car horn.
Suddenly, the brakes were put on the claim. The fire crew's version of events were in stark contrast to the claimant's description of being in a car that was thrown in the air. The fire brigade, wanting to know more, decided to roll out some technology.
The cameras that we have on board, there is one pointing in every direction. There's one in the front cab, there's one on either side, and then there's one at roof level on the rear of the vehicle.
Luckily, one of the cameras had a clear view of the garage forecourt. Everyone was about to find out what happened on the day of the collision.
Garage forecourt was quite busy on that night, and at the same time there's a car wash that wasn't that far away from where the actual vehicle was parked, our vehicle and their vehicle was parked. So then when our fire engine came to drive away from the pumps, it was a really tight turn.
And here is the video footage. just as the claimant reported, the fire engine rams into the front of the parked car, sending it and its occupants flying towards one of the petrol pumps. Hang on, did I just miss that? Nope, the car doesn't move at all.
The CCTV footage showed the fire engine moving off very slowly, turning across the front of the claimant's vehicle, and it shows the touching of the vehicles. You can see from the CCTV footage that the vehicle moves hardly, if at all.
The collision wasn't dangerous in any way. From the CCTV footage, this was a really low-speed, minor collision, and the estimate is that we were doing less than 5 miles an hour.
Flying cars, whiplash and psychological damage, all a lie. The whole claim from the car passenger was an opportunistic attempt at fraud.
The outcome of this case was, once we disclosed the CCTV footage, the claimant realised the game was over. He quickly discontinued the claim before he got into more serious trouble. Unfortunately, he had to repay nearly £6,000 of legal costs to the defendant. He put himself at risk of a criminal prosecution, and it was reported in the local newspaper, the Manchester Evening News. Well, personally, I think it's a disgrace. It's sickening. These people put their lives on the risk every hour of the day, protecting us, our families, our children, our property, and this is how they're repaid by some sectors of society. It's disgraceful, unbelievable.
I'd say to anybody who's thinking about making any kind of claim like this, is don't do it. We will investigate every claim that is made, and certainly every one of our vehicles has CCTV cameras which point in every direction, so we will find out that it's a fraudulent claim.
On Britain's busy roads, there are thousands of collisions every day. If you're involved in one, you might want some professional help processing your claim. Who do you turn to?
If you've had a non-fault claim, you might go to a claims management company after the accident for them to help you pursue your claim against an insurance company.
A claims management company will help you with the complex process of paperwork, medical examinations, vehicle repair, and temporary vehicle hire. They sound like the white knights of the road, there when you really need them. That might be true of most of them, but it turns out a growing number of claims management companies are committing insurance fraud. Fraudulent claims management companies use a variety of different techniques to commit fraud, and one of their methods is very dangerous: the induced accident.
So this is where a gang of criminals will take a vehicle out onto a public road, they'll pay somebody to drive that car and induce accidents. So they're effectively paying drivers to cause accidents on public roads.
After tricking an innocent person into crashing into one of their paid drivers, the fraudulent claims management company will then deal with the claim that results from the induced collision. It's a big earner for the fraudsters.
Crash for cash scams cost the industry nearly £400 million a year. That equates to a lot of money to all of us on our premiums.
One claims management company, Cami Claims, operating out of North London, was a big fan of the induced accident. And if you were a responsible car owner with insurance, you were a potential crash target for the crooked Cami Claims.
In order for the frauds that Cami Claims were committing to succeed, they required innocent members of the public to be the victims to their scam. So they were looking for people that were insured, people that were on the school run, people that were innocent members of the public that paid their premium so they could then make a fraudulent claim on their policies.
They had been getting away with it for years, generating millions of pounds worth of fraudulent claims in the process. Things were looking good for the North London business, but it wasn't going to last. 10 miles across town in West London, a powerful enemy had clocked the fraudulent claims management company and was closing in. In the summer of 2012, D.I. Hindmarsh and his unit were in the final stages of an investigation into Cami Claims.
We received information that a particular claims management company operating out of North London were involved in setting up induced collisions and then dealing with the claims and obviously reaping the rewards of the financial benefit.
Strengthening their position, the Met Traffic Unit has many allies in the world of insurance. One of them is the Insurance Fraud Bureau. It has access to information about nearly every insurance policy in the country. That amount of information gives you a serious advantage when tackling fraudsters.
A key part of the role of the IFB is to find the trends and patterns that are invisible to other parts of the industry.
And very quickly, a pattern emerged.
And when we started to look at the claims that were connected to CAMI claims, there were a suspicious number of similarities between all the accidents. And if you had a genuine claims management company, you'd expect them to deal with a variety of different types of claims.
The Met Traffic Unit and the IFB were closing in. And it seemed that CAMI claims' penchant for causing crashes could be their downfall.
CAMI claims were using very similar methods for all the claims that they were pursuing. They were induced accidents, and they were all in the London area, and the accidents that were taking place were commonly on roundabouts or slip roads.
The evidence was stacked against the still active fraudulent claims management company. DI Hindmarsh was ready to pounce. In the summer of 2012, we filmed the Met Traffic Unit as they brought down the fraudulent CAMI claims.
They were an organised criminal gang that needed to be stopped. Once we were happy, we'd looked at all of the evidence that we had. We took the steps to obtain a number of search warrants.
I'm outside the accident management company now.
On the day of the raids, we did 3 search warrants. One on the claims management company, which resulted in some cash and some fraudulent documents being recovered.
This was one of the biggest fraudulent claims management companies ever investigated. The evidence trail continued.
We then went to the address of one of the claims management company owners.
Mr. Please, can you open up, please?
Needing more evidence, the Met Traffic Unit was very keen to gain entry to the flat.
We seized a number of documents from that address. There was a great deal of paperwork seized. I think it related to somewhere in the regions of 250 claims that they were currently dealing with on behalf of customers.
DI Hindmarsh and his unit hadn't just come for paperwork. They were also going to take the tools of the trade from the fraudsters.
We also seized around about 10 cars. We were able to show that these particular vehicles had been involved in the crime. Effectively, they're exhibits, as you would seize a forged document. That was the reason that we took the cars.
The raid had been a complete success.
The matter was listed at Southwark Crown Court on the 1st of February 2013. The 2 people who we charged was Ion Vaduva and Andrei Majelik. They had both been charged with conspiracy to defraud the insurance industry, and they both pleaded guilty.
Another crash for cash gang had been brought down by the Met Traffic Unit and the IFB, making our roads a little bit safer to drive on.
It's important that claims management companies like CAMI Claims are shut down. It's not a victimless crime. Firstly, in order to make a lot of these claims, innocent members of the public's safety is being put at risk. Secondly, insurance companies are not the only people that pay for this fraud. Ultimately, as consumers, we all pay for the cost in our premiums.
Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED, is tracking down 2 suspects 90 miles apart. Both suspects are alleged to have used stolen bank account details in order to purchase vehicle insurance.
Now, this particular case is quite unpleasant because the victims are actually a children's charity.
The team, led by DCI David Wood, is lying in wait for its suspect, who wasn't at his home address this morning. 90 miles away, the other IFED team has arrested its suspect.
What we're going to do is we're going to search this premises. We have authority to do that under Section 32 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act when you've been arrested, okay? For anything in relation to that offence or any other offence of a similar nature, okay? Do you have anything within this premises that you want to show us in relation to the policy that I talked about? No, okay. All right. If you bear with us then, we'll conduct the search and then we'll go from here to a local police station, okay? I'll just ask you to sit tight and assist us with that, okay?
The search for potential evidence of fraud begins. Specifically, IFED is looking for items relating to the insurance purchased with the charity's stolen bank account details. IFED decides to focus the search on the suspect's bedroom.
One or two items in here that I'll be looking to see is a computer, because he's taken out the policy using the computer.
A cluttered surface in the suspect's room draws the attention of DI Angela Rogers.
Okay, that's just a mobile phone that was on the top of the chest of drawers.
DI Rogers methodically sifts through the stacks of paperwork and makes a potentially rewarding find in the form of a bank statement.
This one's just in another name that I don't recognise, so just double check this one. Be concerned as to why they've got a bank account opened in somebody else's name. The address is for this address. I'd be concerned that maybe it's been opened in a false name.
Amongst the clutter, DI Rogers unearths another vehicle registration document linked to the stolen bank account detail.
This is a V5 document for the vehicle he'd insured using the charity trust account.
The suspect is taken away for further questioning at a local police station. The search is over.
It's been a very successful search as far as we're concerned.
It's been a good result for this IFED team, but it's only one half of a two-location raid. 90 miles away, DCI David Wood's patience has paid off.
Come on, man.
Let's have a chat in the car.
After a 3-hour stakeout, his suspect has finally turned up.
You'll realise we're decent people.
Anything you do say may be given in evidence, and the offence that you're being arrested for is fraud by false representation. Okay, so what's going to happen now is that I'm going to make a quick phone call to the control room. They're going to allocate a police station for us, and then we'll go there, get you interviewed and get you back out.
It took a little bit longer than planned, but DCI Wood is a happy man.
The investigation is now fully underway. Suspects are in custody, so it's been a successful morning, albeit it didn't go exactly to plan, but sometimes these things don't. But both suspects are now in police detention, which is the objective of the exercise.
A great outcome for both of IFED's teams in their ongoing fight against the crime of insurance fraud. Is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The subject out the vehicle.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques. And highly skilled dedicated police units.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed.
gun. Quite possibly everything in this house has been purchased from the proceeds of crime.
An aircraft manufacturing giant fights a fraudster.
I've seen an awful lot of these over the years, but it was still pretty staggering to watch.
And a smashed-up sports car is at the centre of a whodunit mystery.
He was saying the rear end was completely smashed up. She said there was minimal damage to the rear end of the car.
Photocopying can be pretty dull. Sheet after sheet after sheet, followed by collating and stapling ad infinitum. Imagine doing it all day. That's what Adam Roberts used to do for a commercial airline manufacturer. His career wasn't always this humdrum. Up until October 2007, he used to make these. Some of the biggest planes in the world.
Adam Roberts was working as an apprentice aircraft electrician. He was working in an aircraft factory, helping to apply parts to aircraft wings. He could have expected to earn anywhere between $30,000 going up to $50,000 a year, depending on where he was working and his experience. The accident was on the 15th of October 2007, and what he said was that he slipped on debris while he was working. The injury was a wrenching injury to the back, a soft tissue injury which was alleged to have caused some sort of spinal problems.
His injuries worsened over time, badly affecting his everyday life.
Before the accident, he'd liked to go horse riding, playing golf, cycling and other such activities. But as a result of this accident and his supposed disability, he could no longer do that. He said they had to use a crutch all the time, and often two crutches.
Due to his injuries, Adam was no longer capable of doing his job as an aircraft electrician.
He tried it, but said he found it too physically demanding. He was saying that he was at a big disadvantage in the labour market because he was disabled, and it made a difference to his ability to work in future. It imperiled his ability to work in future.
Roberts, now stuck in an admin role, decided to make a claim against his employer.
He was claiming for past care afforded by his family, for unspecified aids and equipment, and he was also claiming for future loss of earnings, future care and future equipment, and there was also a claim for future accommodation costs. My assessment of the overall value of the claim, including legal costs, was £670,000.
It was a massive claim. To see it through, Roberts would need to provide medical evidence of his disability.
When he issued his legal proceedings, he supported his proceedings with two medical reports, one from a consultant orthopaedic surgeon and one from a consultant psychiatrist. And both of those doctors concluded that he had suffered injury in this accident and that that injury was responsible for his continuing disability.
He looked to have a solid case. Just one more thing, the insurer's medical examination.
When I got the papers, I went through them in detail, and there were a couple of things about the claim that raised my suspicions. There was no hard clinical pathology that our medical experts could find to justify the complaints. That was part of the issue for us in looking at this case very hard. There was a suggestion when he'd been examined in hospital that a test which is used to detect exaggeration had resulted in some not entirely straightforward responses.
Nothing conclusive had come from the medical reports, and with suspicions raised, the insurer set out to discover the real physical state of Adam Roberts. They hired a private investigator.
He was put under surveillance for a period of 3 days in June 2011. From our point of view, the surveillance on the 17th of June was the crucial surveillance. What it showed Mr. Roberts doing was, after having come home from work on the Friday afternoon, it was a Friday afternoon, he then drove to a house which we now know to have been a house his mother had just bought.
In accordance with his claim, we should expect to see a badly disabled Adam Roberts using crutches and only capable of walking short distances at a time. Here he comes now.
I've seen an awful lot of these over the years, but it was still pretty staggering to watch.
An industrious Roberts emerges from the house and proceeds to dump the contents of a gutted bathroom into a skip.
Firstly, he was shown putting some large pieces of board into the skip, and not just putting them in, but ramming them in, breaking them on occasion, and sometimes bashing them on the side of the skip. Then, I think, as I recall it, he and his mother brought out a bath between them, but he was the one who picked it up and upended it into the skip. He brought out a lavatory system, there was a wash basin, There was a fire surround that he spent quite a lot of time bashing around and trying to get into the skip. There were bags of rubble, and you could see from the way that he was carrying them that they weren't lightweight bags of rubble, they were builder's sacks, and they were heavy, and he was emptying those into the skip. There was dust everywhere. And there were a number of items which he was trying to break up and bashing against the side of the skip. And it culminated, as I recall, with Mr. Roberts actually jumping into the skip and actually tamping stuff down with his feet, jumping up and down on stuff a little bit, and generally trying to settle stuff down the skip by being in it. And that's the point at which, I just thought, oh dear.
Roberts had tried to get a massive payout from the insurers. They weren't happy. They decided to take him to court.
The reason for doing that was that we and the insurers felt it was necessary to send a message to people that they just can't do this and expect to get away with it. The judges said that they felt that he was somebody who was prepared to lie to achieve his aims.
Adam Roberts was found guilty of contempt of court. He was sentenced to 6 months in jail.
It seems such a shame. He'd qualified as an aircraft electrician, and to lose all that for the sake of exaggerating his symptoms is inexplicable to me, really. I just don't understand why he did it. No, I don't think insurance fraud is ever worth the risk. It is fraud. People have, I think, kidded themselves into thinking they won't be found out. They will get found out, and when they get found out, as Adam Roberts' case shows, the consequences are very, very serious indeed. You can end up ruining your life. And for what?
An injured man makes a £17,000 claim.
He stepped out of the car and put his foot onto the manhole cover, and the manhole cover collapsed.
And a fast car takes a whack.
In most cases, they normally take a hammer to the back of it.
Insurance fraud is on the rise, and if you have insurance of any kind, you're footing the bill. But the fraudsters have an ominous enemy.
IFED is a 35-strong unit that works tirelessly to hunt down and prosecute insurance fraudsters wherever they may be throughout England and Wales.
Through a combination of investigation, industry connections and surprise, they've made over 300 arrests and stopped millions of pounds from going to the criminals. Money which ultimately goes back in our pockets.
If you're thinking of committing insurance fraud, I'd say to you, think again, because there's every chance that IFED could come knocking on your front door.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
It's 7:35 a.m. In an attempt to stop the activities of a suspected fraud gang, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department is simultaneously executing raids at multiple addresses. IFED's Declan Malone and Simon Stiles are heading to the address of the suspected ringleaders.
This morning we're off to an address which is the home address of the main suspect in a fake claims management company where he's setting up fake policies online and making claims on accidents that have never occurred, and it's believed that the perpetrators have managed to have achieved something like £250,000 from their claims so far. The guy should be at his home address with his wife, who's also going to be arrested. It's one of 6 search warrants that are being issued simultaneously.
Alex, hi. Yeah, we're just plotting up now. We'll be good to go in about 5.
Because it's the house of the suspected ringleaders, as well as making arrests, they expect to find potential evidence of the gang's activities. It could be a big search. Declan and Simon are joined by representatives from the Ministry of Justice, local police, and the head of IFED, DCI David Wood.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
It's only 7:40 a.m, but the neighbours are out and about and agitated by the presence of the raid team. DCI David Wood steps in to stop the situation escalating.
Come here!
Hello.
Come here!
I'd like to come down, please, and talk to us, please. Thank you.
Hiya, I'm Declan Malone from the police. Can I speak to Mum or Dad? It's all right. Yeah, we need to come and speak to them. It's okay. Can they come in, please? We just need to come in and just get people out of the street so they don't get into trouble. Hello, police.
Hello, police. IFAD finds both suspects in the house. One of them is a familiar face.
The individual arrested today, we believe he is one of the main individuals involved in this particular insurance scam. He has been convicted before of a like-minded crime.
So now I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud and money laundering.
Both suspects are taken to a local police station for questioning. That's half the job done at this location.
We've taken away the main suspect and his wife. He's been arrested for conspiracy to defraud and for money laundering. She's just been arrested for conspiracy to defraud.
IFAD can now begin a systematic search for potential evidence. It's a 3-story townhouse. It could be a big job.
It's important that we do everything, we don't leave any stone unturned. If we're doing a search, we want to do it properly. That's why we called in the experts who are fully trained and qualified in the current search techniques, even better than us.
The townhouse is new and fairly high spec. Its quality raises the suspicions of IFAD's financial investigator, Simon Stiles.
From the inquiries that I've made, I can see no trace of the family, any member of the family actually working. I've just to check on whether they're actually in receipt of any benefits. But this house, looking around it, there's a lot of nice stuff, whether it's clothes or material goods, and it's quite possibly that everything in this house has been purchased from the proceeds of crime.
Head of IFAD, DCI David Wood, has received news from the other location of today's raid.
Just received some breaking news from one of the addresses. The officers have found a handgun. They're not sure exactly what it is and what it isn't. So they've called out the local police firearms team to come and make it safe and identify exactly what the weapon is.
IFAD makes big discoveries in a small room.
In the wrong hands, deadly. It's upsetting and annoying to see, especially with that's so close to where all the children are in, next to their bedrooms.
This is a street in Shrewsbury. It looks fairly innocuous. Most people would feel safe walking down it. But watch your step. In 2012, local man Peter Finney was badly injured here. The culprit, a manhole cover.
Peter Finney was a passenger in a car and he stepped out of the car outside the Lion Hotel in Shrewsbury and put his foot onto a manhole cover, and the manhole cover collapsed and he injured his leg.
The manhole was on private land. Its upkeep was the responsibility of a hotel. The hotel's insurer would have to bear the brunt of Peter Finney's claim. They had a look at the details.
He had soft tissue injuries to his leg. It's something which is not visible, so it is, as it says, soft tissue. Whiplash is the most obvious example that we get, but it's anything which is not easy to detect or easy to see.
His injuries were severe enough to force him off work. Loss of earnings and mounting medical bills led Finney to seek compensation totalling £17,000. For a claim of this size, the insurer needed to know more about the accident.
We asked him to give us some more information, and eventually he provided a photograph of the manhole cover.
This is what a well-maintained manhole cover looks like. The one Peter Finney fell down looked like this. It seemed as though the hotel had been negligent with the upkeep of the manhole. With cast iron evidence like this, Finney could look forward to getting his payout. But not yet. Peter Finney's claim had a few irregularities. Chasing further information, the insurer decided to visit the scene of the incident, the hotel in Shrewsbury. Since Peter Finney's alleged accident, the hotel had replaced the manhole cover with a new one.
Although the manhole cover at the hotel was intact, they actually thought they'd replace it just to be on the safe side.
But luckily for the insurer, the manager had kept the old one. And when they saw it, it turned Peter Finney's claim into a criminal investigation.
The manhole cover that is in the photograph is a completely different construction. It's quite obvious to anybody that you wouldn't need forensic examination to see these were different manhole covers. And we referred him straight to the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Finney was in big trouble. Since its inception, IFED's team of over 30 specialist detectives have made over 300 arrests. Peter Finney was in their sights.
Detective travelled to Shrewsbury and arrested Mr. Finney and interviewed him at the local police station. Mr. Finney stuck to his original story and maintained that the injury had been suffered due to the stepping on the defective, as he called it, manhole cover.
Faced with a stubborn suspect, IFED decided to take the case to court, causing Peter Finney to crack.
On the 31st of January 2013, Mr. Finney attended Shrewsbury Magistrates Court and entered a plea of guilty to the charge of fraud by false representation.
Peter Finney was sentenced to 18 weeks imprisonment, suspended for 12 months, and ordered to do community service.
It would have impacted on the hotel because there they are running their business when somebody chooses them to be the victim of a fictitious claim, and ultimately will impact on the premium that they'd have to pay had this person been successful in getting away with their scam.
Jeremy Clarkson doesn't care for them, but many do. Porsche cars have always been associated with speed and style, and most people would agree they're not cheap. So when one takes a shunt, it generally results in a big insurance claim. The black car in this tunnel is a Porsche. Right behind the Porsche is a van, belonging to Doncaster County Council. The driver of the Porsche, Mark Smith, is pretty annoyed right now, as the white council van has just smashed into the back of it. Luckily, the road layout meant the crash wasn't at high speed, so no one was seriously injured.
At the time of the accident, according to our expert report, the van wasn't going more than 30 miles an hour, nor was Mark Smith.
Even at that speed, fixing a Porsche doesn't come cheap. The repair costs came to £27,000. Mark Smith also filed a claim for Whiplash and for the cost of a hire car until his was fixed. All in, the insurers of the council van were potentially facing a £100,000 claim.
He would have got a high-end vehicle because of the Porsche he was driving, so he would have got like for like. So you're looking at a lot of money each day. It soon starts adding up.
Before they could pay out on the personal injury claim and hire charges, the insurers needed to make sure all of the claims paperwork was in order. That's when they spotted a problem.
They became suspicious when they obtained a statement from the van driver. When her statement came in, there was ambiguities between what she was saying and what Mark Smith was alleging. He was saying the rear end was completely smashed up. She said there was minimal damage to the rear end of the car.
It was a big difference in opinion. Did the Porsche suffer massive rear end damage, or just a small dent? The insurance company sent out a specialist examiner to look at the vehicle and find out whose statement was more accurate.
When the examination took place, photographs were taken. Now, the rear end of this vehicle is completely smashed up. Pictures can prove that.
The Porsche looked to have been severely damaged, which backed up owner Mark Smith's version of events. But before they paid out, there was one last question. Why did the driver of the council van say that the Porsche drove off with a small dent in its rear? The insurers had one last thing to look at.
The tunnel itself has got CCTV both at the beginning and at the end of the tunnel.
When they played the CCTV footage, this is what they saw.
What happened was Mark Smith came into the tunnel in the outside lane, which was completely clear, no traffic in front of him whatsoever. Van was driving on the near side lane. He suddenly pulls in front of the van and then slams on his brakes and does an emergency stop, causing the van to then rear shunt him.
It looked like what's known in the business as a slam-on, a simple form of crash for cash. But Smith claimed to have good reason for his drastic manoeuvre.
He was stating that he pulled into the near side lane and had to do an emergency stop because the vehicles in front of him were braking. When you look at the CCTV, they weren't braking. You could see a slight brake on the vehicle in front of him, but not enough for him to do an emergency stop.
Mark Smith's case was falling apart, and if DC Kate Sibley needed one further piece of evidence against his claim, she had it. Remember that photo of his Porsche with the rear end smashed up?
That's what he was stating happened in the tunnel, but it can be physically seen. Him coming out of the tunnel, the spoiler is still totally intact, very little rear end damage compared to what was seen in the photographs.
The driver of the council van had said all along that the Porsche had driven away with a minor dent to its rear, and she was right. In order to maximise his claim, Mark Smith had further damaged his vehicle after the incident.
In most cases, they normally take a hammer to the back of it, to the rear end of it, and smash it up like that. In this case, I don't know how he did it, and he never stated how he did it.
Mark Smith pleaded guilty to 2 counts of fraud by false representation and was given a suspended 6-month jail term in order to complete 140 hours of unpaid community work.
Crash for cash is a big business at the moment. The implications can be quite serious and have been in certain circumstances. Worst case scenario, somebody dies. And I think they've got away with it for too long, but hopefully not anymore.
Today, IFED is executing multiple simultaneous raids.
Come down, please, and talk to the police.
It has warrants for 6 members of a suspected fraudulent accident management gang.
Just received some breaking news from one of the addresses. The officers have found a handgun.
Here at the address of the man thought to be the ringleader, the team has made 2 arrests and has begun an extensive search of his 3-storey townhouse. IFED's financial investigator Simon Stiles is on the 1st floor of the house. His attention has been drawn to a box room.
This is a ceremonial sword. In the wrong hand, deadly. It's upsetting and annoying to see, especially with that so close to where all the children are in, next to their bedrooms.
Having been drawn to the room, IFED conducts a thorough search of its contents.
This is the hub of the enterprise we're talking about, the insurance scam. This may well be where it happened.
It turns out the room is crammed with documents relating to vehicle insurance policies.
One note here is a vehicle registration number. This relates to a vehicle that is currently sat on the driveway of this premises that I know from my investigation has been used, or at least the registration number and the details have been used in contrived accidents.
The car is meticulously searched for further evidence.
We noticed on the front passenger seat there was some documentation, and even looking through the window we could see that was in relation to a road traffic accident, which were interesting, obviously in connection with the inquiry. So those bits of paper have been seized while we searched the vehicle, and they are entered into the evidence chain.
From its research, IFED knows a bit about the car's history. According to insurance records, the car has been involved in several bumps and scrapes. Each time, the owners received hundreds or thousands of pounds for the claim. The car is, at most, worth a couple of £1,000. The children's bedrooms also have to be searched.
It's a shame when you're turning someone's bedroom upside down, especially little girls. But unfortunately, people do hide things in strange places, and what I'm going to tend to do is be as sensitive as possible and look at things, and if I don't need them, I'm going to put them back exactly where I found it, so there's no disruption to their lives. We're looking at like SIM cards and credit cards and things like that can be stuck underneath. Things that you wouldn't normally, if you open a drawer, you wouldn't normally see.
Simon has found something of interest in a school satchel.
This book, as I've opened the first page, it's got a line here, cheap quotes online, and a phone number. As we're here for insurance scams, it may be something that will later may well incriminate that individual.
Simon heads to the box room and removes what may be the heart of the operation.
This, I believe, is a storage unit that any history of any of the contrived accidents, any of the claims, any of the setting up of the claims management companies. There's been a number of claim management companies that have been set up, so anything that has been used in the contrived accidents may well be stored here. So this may well be hold the key really to what we're all about.
To evidence has to pass under his nose.
See, so far we've received vehicle documentation, logbooks, we've received computers, we've also got storage data devices that have been seized, so we're quite happy with what we've got so far.
Declan has found some items of interest on the top floor of the house.
He's got a contingency plan. He's got 2 driving licences in his own name, current ones, and also he's done the same with passports. He's got 2 of them, both British passports, in his own name with the correct details.
Owning 2 passports from one country is highly suspicious and often indicative of criminal activity, so Declan is bagging them up. Every room of the suspected ringleader's house has been searched. IFED has found a bootload of potential evidence. This part of the multiple raid is done, and there's been a good result at the other raid location.
Further breaking news, at another address we've uncovered a CS spray canister. So a person's been further arrested for possession of that article. And at a separate address, they found a selection of baseball bats and balaclavas, which we obviously suspect to be gang-related paraphernalia. So again, they'll be in the evidence chain, and questions will be asked of the suspects when they're interviewed later today.
A good day at the office for DCI Wood and his fraud-busting team.